Diddly,
Two,
diddly, diddly, diddly,
one.
diddly, diddly, da. It's Wednesday. Oh God, here you go. Just changed the background. Get that off. Welcome, everybody, to another Wednesday episode of Kerecekian Duty. For those of you that were around yesterday, you saw the first episode of Call of the Blades. I'm looking at my screen and hoping everyone's not lagging on the Discord. I might, real quick, leave and come back. Give me a second. Bear with me.
Oh, what a day.
But just to make sure. Doink. Camera's on. There we go. Hopefully. Yeah, that seems a bit better. So. Discussions, contemplations, and decisions made. Is it Biggie's go to do the recap?
He's yet to do one.
There we go. I'm going to add the milk to my tea. Why has Scath's sheet got no information on it? Oh. Right, while I fix that and Biggie does the recap. What?
I have ghosts in my room.
Scaff has got no stats because, well, he's now immortal.
I think I know what it was. I tried to...
none of us have stats.
I consolidated
No.
all of the stuff into... Yeah, I consolidated all of the files into one folder. And then OBS was like, you've moved the folder so none of your shortcuts work, so you've got to re-add everything. So I did, but it's just re-added the previews instead of the actual fucking sheets. Fuck it, I love OBS. It's so good. I mean, it is, to be fair. It's just me being an arse. Right. There we go. Bosh. Off you are, Biggie.
So we began last session by heading back to the guardhouse while carrying two unconscious teammates. When we got back, Captain helped us out by feeding some healing potions to our two friends, so they managed to get up. And we explained the situation to him about what happened at the tavern. After that, the remaining guards, Milosh and Evan, made a report of who we lost.
Rest in peace.
Indeed. After that, the captain and Milosh and Evan went out to do a sweep to see if anything else was still happening around. Well, we basically tried to set up for the night to get some rest. Shozan was a little bit disheartened about what happened, and decided that they weren't going to sleep so well that night. Azura went to go and speak with his parents, and we had a bit of a heart-to-heart. Father, turns out he misses his stash of special leaf. Mother was not too pleased about that. But talking to my parents, it turns out that the orc was a little bit loose-lipped before we managed to get to our house. And it said about the main reason that they targeted the three places was as a distraction. We never got to find out why, though. What were we being distracted from? While that was going on, Shozan did a ritual as a forgiveness ritual, I believe it was. I wasn't present for that when that went on. And
Biggie reading the notes.
Yeah, actually, that sounds really cool. I missed that. I gutted I missed that. Yes, but we also discovered that we still got a couple of nights most until the next full moon. Next morning, we went downstairs to try to get back out there, but the captain held us back because he had some nice new toys for us. He'd been to visit the now defunct Adventurers Guild, who are useless, it seems, now, and got us some nice shiny shinies, including some magical rings, weaponry, and magical scrolls, potions, which were divvied up. Some of us had to play around with our new stuff. Shozan wishes he didn't, from what he saw.
Or does he?
Well, maybe.
Just a man sleeping.
Yes.
Sleeping soundly, no cheeks to see here.
No.
But yeah, after that we went back out to go back on patrol. Went to my parents' house, had a dig about, found Mother's favourite copper kettle, which she will be pleased to get back. And after a good bit of sniffing around, Scath managed to find Father's secret stash, hidden under a little hollow under a tree. And it was like,
Cheeky.
typical, yeah. He's not got a problem at all. So after that, we went to the tavern. Found, it's completely burnt to the ground. So we decided to go and have a look downstairs and see if we could have a look at that well, see where it led. So our stealthy ranger boy decided to use his new ring of invisibility to have a look down there, and unfortunately our dead colleagues were not quite so inactive, and a little bit of a scuffle ensued, and our lovely paladin let rip with the divine power that she'd been given and smited them all into the ground very effectively, which was quite impressive. And that is pretty much where we ended the episode.
Pretty much. So, another little note, reflectively, I remembered going back to the fight, when the fighting erupted the night before. I'm going to award an inspiration point to Zafira for strength under pressure, for holding her ground against 4 motherfuckers.
Damn right.
So that, of course, gave Shozan a gin at the time to slither his way in and rescue Borlan. So, without further ado, we shall crack back in where we left off. In the basement, I believe everyone had perception checks, but coming at it fresh, coming at it new, straight into the new episode. Everyone give me a perception check, please.
I don't remember what I rolled anyway.
Yeah, give me fresh ones. We'll do fresh ones as we look around. Only because Pidge has been in his maps and has added some things, so there's things to see now. We will go. That's the wrong week. That's the wrong.
Possibly
thing.
go wrong.
There we go. Oh, 2 seconds.
With a natural 20 and
I was
dark
gonna say,
vision.
that's why I don't piss around with rolling beforehand. I rolled a nat 20 also.
Hey! Nice.
Yes.
Now the other rolls this entire run are going to be ruined.
Yeah, with a +3.
+3 myself.
But I do not have the dark vision.
So, everyone, we're all looking at Tailspire yet. I've got it shared. It's all working. We're all on. We're all rocking.
Not on
You didn't share it back to the
Discord.
stream if you.
Oh, sorry, yeah, my bad. I left and rejoined, didn't I? Let me reshare it. Tailspire, go live. Is it working now?
Yes.
Yes, it is.
Right.
Good sound.
Fantastic. Okay. So,
Be a noise.
okay. Right, perception checks everybody. What did you get?
Not
A
20 to
natural.
23.
Same.
Nice.
Exact
Amazing.
same, actually.
Love that.
6.
Okay. Scaff. Sorry.
17.
Anyone without dark vision, it's obviously disadvantage anyway, so don't worry
To be
about it.
fair, I did light a torch as well, so there is
Oh,
a
you did?
torch.
Yeah,
But
I've got that illuminated in here somewhere. So
But
you'll
I
see
do
that I've
remember-
added the stairs now. Amazing.
Oh.
Hey. It's only taking it, what?
I know,
3
yeah.
weeks.
Listen, lips. So, right. So, looking around, Pigeon needs to turn to the right on purpose. Looking around, shows on. You can see, you guys can see the mushrooms that were there. It looks mostly like empty space. That perhaps in the past, this was. It seems like ruins of some kind of construction, but it is entirely ruins. There's not a lot. Even if you were to walk about a little bit, have a little scout about, there's not a lot to see. But there was something below ground. Ancient ruins, who knows? You can see that, oh look, I've added barrels. Way, there's barrels of booze and other such where you imagine the
Where's the juice?
Goran and Gorish would come down and gather, like, resupply. But what I'm going to slightly crowbar and say you didn't see last time was because it's dark. But now what you all managed to see is that on the far side, there's a big bastard hole that's been knocked through a wall, revealing on the other side some passage. I would assume you all want to go over and have a look. I mean, you don't have to, but...
I am going to go invisible with my new ring.
Okay.
I don't know how this mechanic's going to work, because it says everything I'm holding also turns invisible. I'm holding a torch with light. So does that light just go nilpla?
I'm going to say
Or
invisible light does no longer give off light.
Or does it? Or is it just like invisible? I can see it, but invisibly.
It's no longer giving off light because you have turned it invisible.
But
Because I can't see, I offer to take your torch off you before you go invisible.
yes,
I mean, yeah, he's standing next to you still, so you can... the light immediately goes off as... oh no, you already had one. You're already illuminated. You're now holding 2 torches. What I'm going to do, rather than make you invisible and not be able to find you, I'm going to say when Scaff has his... When Scaff goes invisible, he has a white base. Just so I know. So white base means invisible, but we can still see the mini... So I'm not fucking about moving invisible minis around. Which I can do. I can hide you and then... I can literally turn you invisible. Fuck it. We'll turn you invisible. Fuck it. It's cool. I know where you are.
You can't do it, but leave the base so you know where they are.
Yeah. Right, so in theory, if I move you all to the hole and then check invisibility mode, Scaff came with you. There you go.
You said you're going the hole.
Well, yeah. I mean, I assumed you might not. You might just want to leave. But yeah, so you can see now that there is a hole. I don't want to give away what's in there with a bad camera angle.
yeah. Even though you've already said there's nothing really in the bottom, I think I would still just go around checking it out, make sure that there is no other
No one else lurking.
holes. Yeah, there's no one else hiding, ready to stab us
so
in the back.
I will show you exactly what's here via the camera. You have a walk around. You can find broken bits of wood, stone. There's some mushrooms over here. It's all just like broken bits of wall, ruin, empty space. There's literally nothing else down here.
Okay,
Checked out the barrels.
I'm going to say the nature check on the mushrooms.
Okay. Scaff
What's
goes
that?
over. Yeah, give me
I just tell you, lick the mushrooms. Go
give
on.
me a nature check on the mushrooms.
18.
18. You can tell that the purple ones are poisonous and the red ones are not.
Are they a type of mushroom that could be used in creating potions? Or
Potentially, everything has a use. Even the poisonous ones could be broken down and used perhaps to make poisons in of themselves. The red ones are generally for eating. The red ones with the white spots could possibly be an ingredient in the making of health potions and the like, but 2 mushrooms and no other ingredients, you ain't going to be able to make it yourself. But
I've got no to even store them with, so it's good to know there's some mushrooms.
Yeah.
I'll pat my back of holding.
You still want to kind of like put them in something so they're not just free rolling around, even if they are poisonous. Because we don't want the poison mushroom to go over the lip of the healing potions when we try to drink them, you see?
Give me an Arcana check, Scaff.
Nah.
Ah!
3.
3
3.
seems reasonable.
Got any
Well-
points on?
Shozan, since you were referencing the bag of holding, do you want to give me an Arcana check?
Sure. Oh, that's better than a free. That's a 20. Dirty.
Dirty 20. We will say, because you've probably either heard of them or whatever in the past, you would know that a bag of holding is ultimately an extra dimensional space. It works that you can put stuff in it, and it disappears into an extra dimensional space. You then reach into the bag and think of what you want to withdraw, knowing that it's in there and you can pull it out. So you would know that if you were to put the mushrooms in at least once at a time, they would not cross-contaminate because they would just be separate items in the bag.
I will attempt to explain this to Scaff as I pull out my short sword and start cutting the mushrooms at the stem.
See, you understand magic more than me, so that is... Yes. And you've got the bag of magic, so...
Are you going to take all of them?
All of them, yeah.
If you want to take maybe like a screenshot or a picture or make a quick note of the types of mushrooms that are there. You got 2 white top, 2 flat red, 3 flat red, 2 red spotted, 1 purple with green, 1 purple with red. And we can go through that later if it means anything. Mushrooms, they're in the bag.
I was red with white spots.
Yeah, you continue to look around the space. There is fuck all else here. The barrels.
I was gonna check out the barrels.
Yeah, I won't make you roll. You approach the barrels. They just seem like kegs of ale. They've got loosely scratched writing in that says ale. A couple of them say wine. And they've got like stoppers on where they either decant some or, tap to empty an
I'll
amount
very
out.
quickly tap some of them to see if there's any like empty ones in there.
This one at the front left, comparative sound wise, would sound hollow. Like there's probably nothing left in it.
Ah.
I see what you're thinking. If that's what you're thinking. If not, then I'm thinking something different.
I'm
Spicy
gonna
juice.
try and open the front.
Okay, give me a athletics check. Jay's got bitches. Thank you, my brother.
Total of an 8.
8. It's you're struggling to get the lid off. They're obviously strong ale holding barrels. They're made to not just be able to pop off like a normal barrel. They're pretty much built to hold and not be opened.
Would you like some help with that, my friend?
That'd be nice. Just want to see if someone was hiding something in there.
I like the way you think.
For me, that was a 22 athletics, if that's what you were checking.
22 athletics, yeah. Between your kind of jam your weapons in, you jam your sharp fingers in, and you splinter and snap the wood panels off. Apart from drippy drippy remnants of some ale in the bottom, there's nothing in there. It's just an empty barrel now.
Worth a check. You never know.
Check indeed.
Good vintage.
Yeah, you go along and tap the others. They've pretty much all got, apart from the few on the right-hand side, all of the taps are moist and dried. You can tell liquid has passed through them. You imagine they run on like a left to right. These few probably haven't been used. These have got slightly different sounding because they've probably got less amounts in them, but ultimately just liquor barrels. Ale, wine.
Perfect check. I'll start heading towards the giant hole in the wall.
Okay.
Yeah. And then once we start going towards the hole, I'll also stealth whilst I'm invisible, just to give me...
Yeah, stealth with advantage, Scaff. You all go in?
I mean, slightly behind, not to ruin Scath's stealth.
Okay.
Stealthiness.
Yeah. I got a nat 20 with advantage on stealth, so for a total of 24.
Okay.
Nice.
You think you're talking to Scaff, and you don't hear any footprints. No response, he's just gone. You guys make your way over, staying back a little bit. What you can all see in the distance, on the other side of this room within, is some illumination, slightly.
What I would have done on
yeah?
passing, though, would have looked down the well.
Oh, okay, yeah. Give me a perception check down the well. In fact, you don't even need to. You've not got dark vision. It's dark as fuck. You can't see nothing. It's just... Even with the torch, you hold it over, you get, what is it, 30 feet? The limits of how much the torch gives off, and then you can't see nothing. It's just black.
Is there like a stone or anything on the floor I can drop down to see if there's any water in the well?
Happily. And there is also these mushies here if you want to take these as well, Shozan. There's another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 flat reds. If you want to take them as well.
Do exactly that.
Okay. Boop. They're gone.
Total 9 flat red.
Yeah, you drop a stone.
Damn, that's deep.
Did it sound as though it was deep water it was splashed into, or just surface water?
Combination. It seems pretty far down. And it's a well. You know, you imagine it's not just there's water down there. It's a source of water, but it seems to go down a fair bit before it gets to the water. And realistically, you look at the size of it, this is pretty much to size. If you reflect back on, like, a group of orcs, they ain't fitting down that with ease.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not impossible. People do mad things, jumping into pitch-black fucking wells with water at the bottom without knowing what the fuck's down there. But, you know...
Downstairs,
it's not,
you know...
Like, maybe Scath could just, like, easy as pie, but, like, you and Zafira... being Dragonborn and armoured and bulky, you'd have a fucking hard time getting down there. And you were probably similar build to the orc, you know, so...
I was thinking more of the goblins, but...
Goran and Gorish are in the guardhouse, you know that. I mean, maybe they have jollies down the well. It's a possibility. They definitely fit, yeah.
Okay.
Cool.
I'll go back to the group saying... It's unlikely anything came up there.
Yeah. So, perception checks for everyone that should like to. Whether you go into the wall, or into the hole, walk up to it, whatever.
15.
16.
You look into the room. It is pretty dark in here, but there are some sconces on the far side that are illuminated. And you can see that on the other side of this wall, past the trash bits of... obviously collapsed wall, it opens up into a more area where there's constructed stone. You can see these little webby kind of things that appear to have caught long dead creatures. You can see there are a couple of skeletons on this platform that are inanimate with weapons next to them. There's a third body there. There's a couple of statues here, a couple of sconces, and at the end of the room, there is an entrance that has been opened. Ba ba ba.
Yeah, I got 17.
Perception.
Yes.
Yeah. You can all see that. You can all see this stuff. So currently the room is empty. If you wanted to venture in.
Yeah, I'd probably go in, but sort
Let's
of
get to
break
your
left,
party
following
before
the wall.
venturing forth.
Yeah. Be on your guard. Yeah.
Yeah. My bow is drawn whilst I am invisible.
Yeah.
Because I'm a spooky, sneaky fucker.
I will pick up one of the rocks off the floor.
Yeah.
I'll try and throw it at the inanimate skeletons in the middle.
Okay. Give me an athletics check.
It's a jolly 12.
Doink. You throw a stone. It lands near the skeleton. Collides with the skeleton's foot. It kind of echoes a little bit in this space. You can hear the clattering of stone on stone on bone. It is then that you hear shuffling. But not from anything in the space. You hear shuffling coming beyond the doorway.
Oh.
I doubt this is the last encounter with undead tonight.
While he's thrown a stone, I will slowly move forward a bit and use my divine sense to see if I can get a ping from anything.
Divine sense. Give me a little explanation.
Divine sense. As an action, you can detect good and evil until the end of your next turn, so it's a minute, I guess. You can sense anything affected by the hollow spell or know the location of any celestial fiend or undead within 60 feet that is not behind total cover.
Okay, so you reach out, instinctively looking at the pile of skeletons that are around the room. These webbed up guys, nothing. Dead dudes, long gone. The sense of undead, you get the very faintest of tinge, comparative to completely inanimate, clearly died, rotted, gone, compared to these two dudes with weapons, gone. It's so weak that you imagine that they're not about to spring up, you know, but there was some element of undead energy that was attached to these dudes. But you can see that they've been attacked. I mean, yeah, they're lying there inanimate. Some of the bones have been splattered away, knocked off. You don't get anything else for now because of it, the particular of that total cover thing is the nightmare. They have to be in visual range. But the shuffling, I mean, we're reasonable here. We can assume things. You imagine there is some kind of shuffling on the other side of the wall. I will give you the chance to react, to do something, be it loud or not, as you all see, moving backwards slowly down this corridor, you realise the shuffling was an orc dude who appears to be backing away from something. Big club held, ready, looks like a baseball swing ready, and he is backing away from something.
I'm trying to keep as close as I can to the group whilst being invisible.
Okay.
Yeah, I won't be that far away, yeah. But
I'd like to move up to see where the corner of the wall was.
Sorry, which way are you going, mate?
Keep going forward towards where the door is.
So bear in mind you're holding 2 torches at the minute, and so that's what I mean. I'm going to give you guys a chance to react as this guy comes into view, because
I want to
guys-
extinguish the torches.
Okay. You guys being stood in here, you can see him, so it's reasonable if he looks, he's gonna see you. This room is lit. You don't really
Yeah.
need the torches at this point.
Yeah, those corner walls where the doorway are, I want to get onto the side of it.
Okay. If you're gonna have to go quick in this moment to avoid being seen, so give me a stealth check to see if you can get there quickly and quietly enough.
17.
Okay.
We'll do the same, but on the opposite side.
Okay.
For a stealth of 19.
Okay. You've both beaten his passive so far. Zafira?
With my disadvantage to stealth, I don't think I'm going to beat it.
Can try.
No, I don't want to.
I will.
I will just.
You're on steps. I will look at you and just tell you to drop, like go prone. I'll just.
With my clunky ass armor. Yeah, good idea.
Better than trying to run up. to him.
Scrape.
Lots of pots and pans falling in the distance.
I mean, you could reasonably just try to move a lot. You could go half speed quietly and just get out of immediate vision of the door. You know, he's down the corridor. Once you're like here, he's not going to see you.
Yeah.
If you just wanted to kind of just get out of, you could go half speed quietly.
slow walk.
Just get out of visual of that corner. Scath, you're invisible. You can do what you want. Do a little jig.
I'm going to stay where I am, and
Okay.
I'm going to aim, and I want to see what he's backing away from.
Okay.
See if Alt comes into view, and then
Yeah.
obviously if he's backing away from Summit, I want to know what it is before I take a shot.
That's not him turning, it's him backing away. He backs up and then backs up into the wall. Insight Scath, because you're the only one that can see him. I'll say Shozan, reasonably, if you want to try and have a cheeky look.
Do you say insight?
Yeah.
I'll have a cheeky look.
That's an 18 for insight.
Okay. He looks fucking terrified.
Keep my nerve.
I would have rolled
Oh,
that exact.
pineapples!
Actually, there's a dirty 20 on my side if that makes any difference.
Yeah. I mean, you get the glimpse of him. Compared to the guys when you fought them before, they were just in the zone. They come to fight you. This guy is holding his club like a baseball bat, and he is like visibly shaking. He's trying to be stoic, but like he's just a dude in a corridor wherever the fuck this place is, and he is panicked.
Okay, so
A few seconds later.
I'll say I'm going to take a knee, and so I've got a more stable platform to take a shot of something.
Okay.
Spooky bastards.
You hear the shuffling footprints of a zomble, and then the the bone on stone sound. You can't really see these guys as much, because like you can see the zomble, but the skeletons kind of. And now you can all hear. Zafira, what you guys doing? Anything else? Do you want to move up or?
Sort of like holding my fist up and holding it like together, as in like hold.
Okay. Yeah, you'd know general visible, hand signals.
If I had a look around the corner now, would I see?
Yeah, from your angle, you can see that the zomble has shuffled across. There's a skeleton with a sword and a shield, and there appears to be another skeletal archer that's kind of stood there. And you can see the skeletal archer is like...
Okay.
And it shoots at the orc. So
Could
I
I
am
check
just
the
going to
shot?
start rolling dice until you guys tell me you're doing otherwise.
Now, can I take a shot at the zomble? The zombie shuffling one.
Yeah, do it.
Oops.
But
Can I
destroy the orc for him?
With your
once he-
divine sense, Saphira, you can now, like, in the angle now, you are getting...
Yeah.
Undead, this way!
Yeah, I'm going in.
Hold on. I'm
Nope.
going to
Yeah,
Well,
you've
I'm
took
You
you've took
I
your
can't
shot.
see you.
She can't see you, yeah, so
Yeah.
you take your shot.
Like, I don't
I'm-
know
I'm-
if you're
I'm-
doing something.
I'm taking the shot in it. But I'm
As you're
also going
coming
to
up-
cast.
Just miss me. It's fine.
Oh, I'll miss you. I'm going to cast Hail of Thorns for a bonus action.
Okay. What does that do,
next
sir?
I was about to read it out. The next time you hit a creature with a ranged weapon attack before the spell ends, it's up to a minute. The spell creates a rain of thorns that sprouts from your ranged weapon or ammunition. In addition to the normal effect of the attack, the target of the attack and each creature within 5 foot of it must make a dexterity saving throw. A creature takes 1d10 piercing damage on a failed save or half as much damage on a successful one. Higher damage at
Nice.
blah blah
So,
blah. So yeah,
unfortunately,
I'm
the
gonna
first time Scath has done it, he's invisible. So you don't see how epically from his bow thorns crack and splinter up the bow, and then as he launches his arrow, little thorns grow along the shaft. It hits the zombie and thorns blast out of it.
stupid question, but does a 28 hit?
It certainly does. Might not be a stupid question, mate. You don't know what these fuckers are.
28.
So you hit, so I'm going to say probably this guy. Yeah, that's fine. The orc, we'll say they were approaching the orc. Fuck it, can hit the orc. It's not going to hit the archer though.
D8.
So
That's not the best. So 4 plus 5 is 9 damage.
dex save for the zombie. Fail.
Oh, no.
What is your save? Dex what?
It's a Dex 11.
Dex 11. So the zombie fails. Skeleton passes. Orc
10.
fails.
For a additional 6 plus 3, 9. So mathing 5, 9, 9, 18.
18 points. The zombie is
18
like
points.
approaching this guy. Arrow hits it in the side of the head, takes it off balance. Thorns break out of the zombie's body as it falls. The zombie is down.
Yeah,
You
it's
see the
18
orc
points
goes,
of piercing.
"Argh!" and then readies himself again. He is going to look towards the doorway, seeing an... actually, no, because it was invisible. No, you've loosed it. The arrow is no longer invisible. Seeing an arrow come through the doorway, he looks.
But as with invisibility, I believe as soon as I make an attack,
You are no longer invisible. Yeah.
the thing, yeah, ring of invisibility. Yeah, you remain invisible. Yeah,
Until you make an attack. Yeah.
but yeah.
So, yeah. Let me get me book. Half damage on the skeleton, full damage on the orc. Let me start a new page. Orc took 18 plus the damage from the skelly.
Would the
He's
orc take
looking
the full
rough.
damage or just the damage of the spell?
That is a good
So
point.
it would.
Good
So it
point.
would take 9 points off from the piercing,
Yeah.
from the actual arrow, and then if he saved, he would take half damage from the 9 that it was off of that. So 4 or 5, your choice.
So it's half damage is rounded down. So it'll be 4 damage off the thorns because he just got hit by thorns.
That's how I'm guessing.
And the orc. So it's 9 points for the thorns on the orc. The skelly took half because he passed. The archer didn't get hit, and the zombie's down. So. Right, Zafira. We can get into some semblance of initiative if you want to at this point.
I will come into the room. And
so let me give this... We'll consolidate this round. So this guy's going to walk in and attack the orc. And hit. The orc is going to hit him back and hit. So the orc takes a further that many. And the skeleton takes that many. Okay, and then we will roll initiative, everybody.
My-
25 to 20.
My issue is seeing this orc. Do we recognize this as one of the orcs that we saw before, or is this just an orc?
It's just an orc.
Okay.
It's not
Yeah,
one of the ones
that
you
answers
saw
my question.
before. Yeah,
That answers my question. I'm good.
Yeah.
Not 20 on initiative, so 21.
Nice.
I see.
They're 21. 15 to 19.
17.
15.
So we've got Orc, got 18. What's your name? Azora, 17.
What's your
Jen
name?
got 15.
What's your name, buddy?
What's your name, buddy?
Could do without getting loads of good rolls on my initiatives.
Sorry
Skelly
about the perspective. Just need to plug this in.
also got 18. Archer got a 5. What'd you get, Scaff?
6.
6. You still go before him. Doesn't matter whether it's 1 or 5. You still go before him. So anyone that's keeping note: Zafira, Orc, Skelly, Azora, Jin, Scaff, Archer. So top of this round, Zafira.
Okay, I will enter the room.
Yeah, go your full 30 feet.
Full movement. Before I take my action to attack, I will tell the orc in Orcish. Do not be afraid, we're here to help.
Okay.
And then I will sacred flame the skeleton.
Okay, do it.
I need a dex saving throw.
Yeah. I think I understand what you meant by your question now.
Yeah.
Give me an intelligence check.
Intelligence.
Because
I'm not great at it.
perhaps to answer your question better, you've not
with-
seen this orc before.
15 with a 15.
15, so you've not seen this orc before, but he doesn't look like Lost Little Traveller number 3. He looks like he could well have been a part of the orcs party. So he probably looks like a bad guy, but you can react however you want. I'm not going to tell you to.
Well, we don't have any confirmation that he is.
Yeah, that's
so-
absolutely fine. I'm just reaffirming rather than you just think
Yeah.
he's a nice little guy. He definitely
No,
looks
not
like he could be a baddie.
No, he doesn't have to be a nice little guy, but innocent until proven guilty.
Yeah, that's an 18 on the dice for a 20,
Yeah.
dirty 20. Passes the save,
Yeah.
unfortunately. I need an extra arm and some more desk.
Yeah, okay.
Sorry, my
no.
desk is 2.5 to 3 meters long.
Doesn't do anything else then. That's really weird though. I thought it would. Oh well.
Yeah, Sacred Flame. It's just a cantrip. It's so frustrating. But Baldur's Gate 3, it's a nightmare. Shadowheart saves.
Yeah,
No,
I know.
I think I've hit one Sacred Flame with Shadowheart ever. It's just a deck save if they pass
Yeah,
off. Happens.
the dex is really low for it as well.
Yeah.
Don't disrespect Shadowheart.
I mean, she's amazing at things other than Sacred Flame.
I respect her
Amazing
to
at
war
things
cleric
other
for a
than
reason.
attacking.
Yeah, I make her a life cleric because
I did
She-
need
she's
healing
a-
about like halfway into the game, so
the orc looks at you, and he looks at the skelly, and he looks at you.
He's like,
he looks at the skeleton.
And it looked
who do I want to hit more?
Only because you said it to him in Orcish. He says back in Orcish. So anyone else that can speak Orcish will hear this because he's not being quiet about it.
No, that's not yet.
Yeah. He says, you shouldn't be here. But I'd appreciate a hand. And then he's gonna schmeckle the skeleton, which he does. For not much damage though, annoyingly. But it is enough Yeah.
Honk.
Skelly.
So I do have a question about the saving throws you have to do for Sacred Flame if you're on the floor, if you're not prone, or whatever.
We looked into this the
still-
other day. Being prone does not give you disadvantage on a dex save, which I find ridiculous, but by the rules it doesn't, because we specifically looked into that for no reason the other day.
It's dumb as hell.
Yeah.
Most saves are not affected by either cover or...
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, Sacred Flame is also not, like, your save is not affected if you have cover or not from... You can still be hit if you fail the dex, I guess, but...
Yeah. And then he backs into the corner. Orc, after the orc is Skelly. Skelly's down. Azora.
Yeah, I'll...
You've just heard... Do you speak Orcish as well?
No.
No, so you've just heard Orcish language. Sounded like Saphira. And then a response.
Oh!
What's that?
Oh.
What was that?
What we doing, big guy?
So
Is he flirting? Oh my god.
I'll go into the room as well.
I love how it turns. Let me just do that again, just so we can all appreciate that. Azora's facing left, and as he runs... As he runs round the corner, it auto turns. Oh, that's so sexy.
That's very nice.
30 feet, it can get quite far, actually. Bash. You're in the room. You can see a skeleton archer that's, again, it's taken an arrow out of its quiver. It's quite slow, but it's starting to draw again. Still looking at the orc. There was a zombie on the floor, and there was a skeleton with a sword and shield on the floor in front of the orc.
I will just have a quick look at Zavira as to say what's happening and raise my crossbow to shoot the archer.
Okay. Get him.
24 to hit.
That'll definitely hit.
1d8 plus 3. I can't even see what that fucking is.
That's a magic missile. That's the wrong one. Let's give him a red laser.
10 points of piercing.
10 points of piercing. Decent.
Yep,
Is that the end of your turn, sir?
that is it for now.
Jin?
Yeah, I'll just bum rush in. At the entrance, I will very quickly make a snap decision to either go left or right.
10 more feet.
I speak none of those languages, so let's do a d20 real quick. I'll go right towards the orc, seeing the other two are focused on the archer.
Okay.
And I'll sort of draw my short sword, point the short sword at the orc, and just yell or almost growl at him. Drop the club if you want to live.
Okay. Give me an intimidation check.
The fear of side-eye strikes again.
Hey, I don't speak Orcish!
I'm just giving him the chance.
I am giving him a chance to be fair. That's a straight 13.
It could have absolutely have been a negative conversation in Orcish.
Disappointed mum look.
Yeah, is that you then, Jin?
Yeah.
Scaff.
I will use a bonus action to go back invisible.
Okay.
And I will go forward to the entrance. Because I'm going to be a sneaky fucker again. Now.
So can you go invisible?
Turn it on and off with an action
It's
bonus.
it is OP. It's literally
Shit.
It's not a cast. You just turn it off and on.
Yep. So the orc, is he one of the fuckers that was in there when I went down the first time?
Give me
I saw him. So I saw him first backing away, and then obviously I see him.
Give me a history check.
History. Ooh. I don't know. 16.
16. You've not seen this guy before.
And I do speak Orcish.
Yeah.
All right. I'll aim at the skelly. I'll take a pop at the skelly.
Yeah, do it.
Um,
Shoot the skelly. Give me. It's with advantage because it doesn't know you're there.
will it still cast Hail of Thorns, or is it effectively a one
It's
and
a
done?
one and done.
One and done. Yeah, thought so.
Yeah. Is it just
attack.
your next hit within the minute?
Yeah, it says the next time you hit a creature with a ranged weapon attack before the spell ends.
Yeah. So you could
one
shoot
and
50 arrows and miss all of them. It's just the next one you hit within a minute.
Yeah, no, that's fair. That is. 22.
Yeah.
Now.
Definitely hits.
22. Right, where's my D8 gone? D8. I mean, that's a maximum of 13 points.
Yeah. Boom.
That's
You shoot the aiming true for the head. Just as the archer is raising its bow, ready to shoot towards the orc again, an arrow hits it right in the face. Deesh!
That's my action.
And it drops.
I can't go invisible.
Yeah, you already did that on this turn.
Yeah. What else can I do? In Orcish, because I do speak it as well.
Yeah.
They said you shouldn't be here, but I could do with the help.
Yeah.
Why shouldn't we be here? In Orcish.
Okay. Okay, I will ask you this. Are you guys going to, because of the intimidation, unless you guys want to continue attacking him, we will drop initiative.
I'm taking.
I have no intention of attacking him. Actually, Shozan is gonna get the criminal offensive side-eye.
I'm taking Zafira's lead on this. She said, effectively friend. So it's like, all right, I won't attack until
Yeah.
she says so. So
You've asked him to put his club.
Raised.
Yeah. You've asked him to put it
Pointed
down.
at
He's
him.
not going to put it down. But for out above table, rather than just taking it in turns to say a few words, we can have a conversation. But he's holding his weapon still.
Yeah.
Okay.
Me too.
I will gently just raise my arm rested on top of Shozan's blade and just go, calm yourself, Shozan. Give him a chance.
I am giving him a chance.
And I'm
It's up
gonna
to him
look
how
at
to
the.
proceed.
And I will.
I was going to say I'll turn to Zafira and point to the skeletons and the zombie. Can you deal with those first before they decide to get back up like the last?
I have not advanced.
He's still
Yes. And I'll attempt to. I'll slowly go up to them, as to not to. Well, I don't think spook is the right word. As to not,
Yeah.
aggravate.
As you start repositioning,
orc.
the orc says, "Don't come any closer." In Orcish.
I'm not coming for you. But if I don't do anything about these three on the floor, they're going to stand back up again.
I'll say to the orc as well, in Orcish, kick the weapons away from the undead, just in case they do come back alive. I do not want to be jumped by skeletons. Or that thing.
He kind of scooches over a little bit and kicks the skeleton sword away.
It gets my drift.
Fine.
Whilst Zafira can properly send them to their final resting place.
I will attempt to sacred flame them.
Yeah, you sacred flame this one. It is wreathed in light. It auto fails because it is incapacitated. As does the zombie, as does the other skeleton. You just once every 6 seconds. And then he kind of, as you alight this one, he backs up into the corner again. Just don't come any closer. In Orcish.
It's okay. We're not here to hurt you. Why are you here?
It's none of your business. You shouldn't be here.
Why not?
Because it's none of your business.
Well, we just saved your life. I feel like it's kind of our
I
business
was
now.
doing fine on my own.
Frankly, you look terrified.
Bruh.
I am not.
There's no shame in admitting it. I'm just saying.
Listen,
what are you
terrified
doing
or
down here?
not, you're not meant to be here. I mean, I can't stop you, but don't come any closer.
Are you down here all by yourself?
Yeah.
Pidge.
Yes.
So as Saphira's talking, I'm effectively going to go back outside the room, effectively go out the line of sight of the orc.
Yeah.
And go back invisible as if I'm scouting, and then just come back in, and I'm just going to be there.
Give me a stealth check.
Oh, that's not as good. 17 on stealth.
Still beat his passive. That's all you need to beat. Anyone with a passive of 17 or higher knows that can sense Scath in the doorway. Anyone with a passive less than 17 has got no fucking idea where Scath is. But at this
At
point,
level 2, unlikely.
yeah, I mean, yeah, it is what it is. You imagine he's gone invisible again. You've only got to beat their passives. Unless they're actively looking for you.
I will lean towards Severa and whisper. We're going to have to bring him in.
Give me a stealth check if you're trying to hide what you're saying.
23.
23. Seeing you trying to pass a quiet message, he's only just not going to hear it. Listen, no scheming in Orcish still. No,
we're not
scheming.
I promise we're not scheming, okay?
Then just kindly make your way and we'll leave it there. I appreciate the help, but that's all we need.
How did you even get in here?
Good question. That is also none of your business.
Well, you see, this cellar on the tavern is still private property, in a sense.
Are you the owner?
So, well, we know the owners very well.
I know the owners very well too.
Would you mind?
Goran and Gorish.
Would you mind just coming with us to confirm with Goran and Gorish that they know you're down here? Because otherwise you're trespassing.
Oh, I'm not, because I've asked them.
Well, then you would have no issue coming with us and confirming, right?
Well, no, because that's a ball ache for me. I've
But
got to
we're
come
just doing our
out,
job,
and then
you
I've got
see.
to come back.
Yes, indeed, but we can't just leave you down here trespassing, or allegedly trespassing, if we don't have proof that you're not.
You're the only ones that think I'm trespassing. You go ask them yourself.
Well, we can't do that. That's not how it works, my friend.
Well, it could be. You just don't want to.
If you're speaking the truth, then there's no reason you shouldn't want to, and there's no reason for you to worry about anything.
It's not that I'm worried or I don't want to. I can't be arsed. I'm down here now. I've got a job to do.
Oh, you don't want to? What job is it you have to do down here?
It's none of your business.
Something with Goran and Gorish?
No.
I will
So
flip
you're
around
looking
my
for
short
something.
sword and draw my other one. So I'm having two pommels out at the moment.
Yeah.
And I'm sort of like lowering my blades next to me. I'll be side-eyeing towards Azura.
Listen, it would be a lot easier for all of us if you just came with us. We could confirm with Goran and Gorish that you're allowed to be down here, and then we can all come back and resume what we were doing, okay?
I appreciate your point, and I appreciate your talking in my mother tongue, but it would only be easier for you. I've got a job to do. You want to determine the truth, so you go do that. I'll do my job. Everyone's happy.
Well, we can't just have you roaming around down here in the dark by yourself.
I know for a fact you didn't know this
we
place
saw how
was
this
here.
leads. Yeah, but we saw where this leads. I mean,
Yeah, it leads
she just
to
looks at the
currently-
3 burn marks on the floor.
He gestures down the corridor, and you can see down the corridor there is a lot of rockage. It leads that way for now, so as you can probably tell, I have got a job to do. So the less time
So you're
I
trying
spend
to clear
walking here, there, and everywhere, the better.
So
And
you're trying to clear a path.
He's going to start walking down the path.
Can I, in response to him moving with my superior acrobatics,
Yeah.
bridge the distance between myself and him, get behind him, and unarmed strike him to put him out?
You can try, yeah.
Do I need to roll? My
While
dear
he's
GM?
he's doing that, I'm gonna ask him. So you have a path to clear? What do you expect to find down there?
Again, none of your business. Oh! Yeah, give me an attack roll. So I am gonna say, because you're trying to knock him out. Now this is a point of contention across D&D, and I don't know how many people rule it. We did it in campaign 1 where we had an assassination thing where we had to take out guards. Now in a fight, there's HP bars. Realistically, when you're trying to take something out thematically in a quick one move thing, we've got to do something cool. I'm gonna say, if you can roll me a attack roll that beats his Constitution saving throw, you can knock him out.
I like that.
I like that too.
I've like that as well.
He's a chunky boy, but
It's a 25.
25 probably gonna do it, unless I nat 20.
Well, you never say never.
Because even with a 19, he's not got 6 Constitution, so you know, even with a 19 plus 5, it's got to be a nat 20, which it's not. So he's like, yeah, I've got a job to face first on the mat. By mat, I mean stone.
Oh,
I'll sheath both my blades.
We immediately start
Neatly next to
snoring
me.
and dribbling.
I'll walk up and break out the manacles.
I might change that mechanic in future because a plus X to hit is always going to beat a saving throw. I might make it like a strength save versus a con save or something like that. But we can
Could
work
do
it
the
out.
same as with concentration. Like do a variation on like a concentration save.
Yeah, if he can pass a con save. Yeah, if you do an attack and he passes a con save versus the damage, mate. Yeah, we'll figure it out. We can because I do like the thematical. You should be able to knock someone out in one well-placed punch. But
Especially
HP
if they're
bars,
surprised.
especially at higher levels, you know.
Yeah. It's a little nutty.
Yeah.
you know?
Anyway,
I
you've
thought
got a sleeping orc.
also the thing was you managed to sneak up sight behind someone. How can you not instantly take them out by cutting their throat? You know, kind of thing.
Yeah.
It's
yeah, that's a thing.
Ignore the other orange symbols that you can see there are lit when I rescue Scaff. You can probably imagine
I saw nothing.
there's other shit in here, but anyway. Scaff's invisible.
Whilst I am invisible,
Yeah.
whilst people are restraining and whatnot, I'm going to make sure none of these things, zombies, skeletons, or whatever, have got any weapons near them.
Yeah, you go...
No,
these
not out
ones. Yeah,
Yeah.
you go in,
They're all
you...
sacred flamed.
They've been Sacred Flame regardless, yeah. You...
Yeah.
There's a... this zombie has no
Okay.
weapons. You imagine
Search
it
it.
was just gonna... Yeah, give me an investigation check.
16.
You find
Big
12
round of
copper.
guts.
I'll take it.
There is a shield that you would have to snap off the arm of this skeleton, and a longsword. And this skeleton has got a... it looks fucked, but it is ultimately a short bow and some arrows.
Yeah, I'm just making sure that there's no weapons by the zombies
Yeah.
or the skeletons, because even though they're being sacred
Uh,
flamed, I don't want us to be bit in the ass.
Passively,
Well,
you can all hear, and now see, because I moved the camera too far, on the other side of this, which is a door, It's big, thick stone doors like this fucker. You can see this is only like half opened, and you can see there's scrape marks on the floor. You can hear shuffling on the other side of this door. Give me... Well, carry on. What else are you guys doing?
I wanted to light a torch and go down the hallway to see the big pile of rubble that the orc was talking about. And see if there's anything on the right. If I can see if there's anything beyond it.
There is fog of war above it. You imagine looking, you can see there's bits of wall and shit, but it is floor to ceiling rubble, and you imagine, yeah, it's hard blocked. The fog of war representative. Now, obviously, like this is as tall as it is, 10 feet or 15 feet high, and comes to ceiling. Yeah, you are enclosed.
Okay. Anything else in this little room?
Literally
area?
nothing. You see what you see.
Nothing here except
it's
rubble.
Just rubble. That you it looks like some of it's been cleared. There is a pile over here, so they've probably started. And you imagine somehow from somewhere he's backed off because these fuckers have. Well, so they're there. So whatever that means.
It's like the ghouls in Fallout. They just crawl out of everything. Suddenly a ghoul just crawls from the rubble. Yeah, they're so freaky.
Tap shows in shoulder, so he knows it's me.
Gets cut.
I'm sneaky.
Oh.
No, you're not.
You can't see me, motherfucker.
That is true.
Search the orc.
I was going to say, while the orc is out cold, I'm going to gag him so he can't make any sound if he does come to.
Okay, we'll say knock off. Why? What are you going to use? I was going to say knock off 2 feet of hempen rope, but.
Why are you so horrible? He wasn't that annoying.
Yeah, but if he does decide to shout out, and if there's anything else down here, it could attract unwanted attention.
This is true.
Use the rags from the dead zombie.
If you want to touch it, because, well, you can imagine how minging it is. Wherever it's come from. So Sacred Flame technically isn't burning, it's just Radiant Flame. So they're not burnt, they have been put out through Radiance. But yeah, if you want to touch the sweaty zombie rags, you're welcome to.
No.
Good.
No,
good answer.
Rope is fine.
Rope is fine.
Yeah, knock off 2 feet of hempen rope, because it's got a fat head. You've got to get it round and tie it off.
But yeah, I want to search the orc, see if he's got like any notes or missives on him, like for why he's actually here.
Yeah, investigation check.
Yeah. Investigation, that would... I've lost it. 3, that's only 14.
It's enough to find that it's orcish leather armour. If you wanted to take that, he has got a club. You imagine, given the fact that it's got metal adornments and stuff, it's probably slightly better than a normal club. It's not just a block of wood. For mechanical purposes, reasonable assumption. You've worked with weapons, you regard it's a +1 club. Other than that, he has got 2 gold pieces and not much else. Bloody knuckles, sweaty, clearly been working. You can see Zafira investigating rocks down the bottom. You imagine he's been clearing rocks and then he's uncovered something.
I'm going to sleight of hand the gold into my own pocket.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
I'm not really.
My gosh, don't let Zafira know. Do you want to get Divine Smite? You see?
To be fair, I don't need to, because everything I hold whilst invisible turns invisible with me.
So if you touch the orc, So if you touch the orc, does the orc go invisible as you touch him?
You're not carrying him or wearing him. You can see elements of his armor in his pockets getting like opened and like bits moving, and then nothing comes off him because Scath reaches into a pocket, feels gold, and pulls his hand out. And there's nothing there. So you didn't have the sleight of hand.
That's why I said I'm not doing it really.
You can lift the 2 gold.
But no,
Can I walk back and have a look at the stone door?
Certainly can.
How much gold did you pick up, Sky?
How much gold did you steal?
Like
just putting it on the sheet.
I was going to say, I was going to say that sounded out of character for sheet.
Can I just have
purposes.
a look around if there's any way of potentially opening this door? Meaning how it would open?
You imagine that it should open.
Is it a sliding door, or is it a push-pull door?
from no roll investigation, you can tell that there is grooves. You imagine it should slide over, left or right. Mm-hmm. It's not like a split in the middle. Whatever those 2 big handles are for, you probably think it's through feats of strength, using them as fucking one at the front, one at the back, to slide it over, rather than a morning. Passive investigation, everybody, as you're kind of in this space. You can hear the sound of shuffling and skittering on the other side of this door. You can also hear slightly more distant, echoey, quiet but unmistakable skittering and shuffling. You also notice, comparative to the other walls of stone, that this wall looks different. And you can tell, given that there is bits of loose stone and like pebbles, dust that has now resettled, you imagine that one way or another, this has probably moved in the not too distant past. I'll give you that through passive reasonable deduction. Anything else, you're going to have to roll me some dice, baby.
No, if I can't find any missives of any work orders of why he's actually here,
no.
I'm gonna effectively stand back, be invisible again, and just be like an Overwatch sentry.
As I'm shoving the +1 club in the bag of holding, I will state: do we want to explore deeper, or do we want to evaluate our options and interrogate this plunderer?
If we're going to go deeper, I'd like to move this guy away from this door, back into the other room. If he is down here with the knowledge of the tavern owners, then he is an innocent, and we will be putting him in harm's way if anything else happened.
Agreed.
I think we should take him back to the guardhouse first, before we do anything else. He can come back with us if he was telling the truth. But I feel hearing there's something behind this door. If we have more fighting to do, I would like to be prepared.
Mm-hmm. And as I say, I wouldn't like him to get caught in any crossfire. If he is innocent.
Wait, do we have any temples in the town?
There is a small church that is... It's less of an official big church building. It's more of a...
Local place of worship.
Yeah, a local place of worship rather than a full-ass church. And you know that it is open to all deities. Kerecekian is the main, of course, because you are in Kerecekian, but there are worshippers of Want, Avia, Orthus. Everyone has their own little corner in the worship space.
Then I suggest that we get back to the guardhouse with this individual. Maybe hit up the church. We're fighting undead, and a lot of them. It seems like there's a lot more upcoming.
That's probably a good idea. I mean, Zephyr is quite effective against the undead, but I don't know how draining it would be on her abilities to fight.
Well, the Sacred Flame is not something that will run me out of power anytime soon. However, anything more effective is a different story.
That's fair.
And, I mean, I've already put away my sword anyway. I will move over to the orc. Ezra, would you mind helping me?
Absolutely. I was going to ask the same thing.
Yeah, between you carry him back outside into that open area on the stone.
Yeah, let's try and get him up these stairs and back to the guardhouse as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
I will kind of hold like the rear as we're moving out.
I'll still be invisible. Overwatch.
Okay, yeah.
I'll just sort of like whisper around me, Scaff, we're leaving.
Tap his shoulder.
God damn it. Kerecekian be damned. You shouldn't be doing that.
I'll say between the two of you, I'd roll an athletics check each, or one between you, or one with advantage.
Do you want to roll between or give advantage? Because I don't know what your...
I mean, I've rolled a 25 in total for athletic.
I rolled a 24, so yeah.
Yeah, between you go to pick him up, and like he's a chonky boy, and he's an unconscious, snoring, dead weight orc. You know, even with your 24 and your 25, like you've got to carry him all the way out up the stairs back to the guardhouse. You're strong, but you know you're not fucking He-Man, the Master of the Universe. He's a heavy boy. So it's relatively slow going. This point you have to kind of pause every so often. Fucking hell, readjust your position. Which shows on helping as well. It's probably going to take you a good hour to get him back at least.
Yeah. I was going to say I'll just give Zephyr a little joking side. I suppose we could put a rope around his leg and drag him. She'll notice that I'm totally joking about that.
She still slow turns and just... The disappointed mom look. No.
Yeah, so you head back out. Early afternoon. You've making your way 2 o'clock-ish in the afternoon. By the time you get this chonky boy back, you can tell the closer you get into the guardhouse, he jostles a little bit, grumbles and groans a little bit. You imagine he's probably not going to be asleep much longer. Are you getting back to the guardhouse?
Let's take him around the back entrance.
We're at the back, yes.
Yeah, you go round the back, down the stairs. The day warden's there.
I'll just say to no one in particular, Scath, can you fetch Goran and Gorish?
Okay. Now that we're in the now that we're back into the guardhouse, I'll become invisible again.
Yeah, Scath appears.
Oh my God, he's back.
We need to have a talk to you about invisibility etiquette.
Etiquette?
I tapped your shoulder, did I not?
Was there really a reason for you to be invisible in town?
Yes. Do you know what's just happened? You never know who's lurking.
Calms the citizenry, and therefore our presence in numbers helps.
Potatoes, tomatoes.
Your new toy.
Potatoes, tomatoes. Yeah, seeing you guys
later, Scott.
Yeah, seeing you guys carrying the body downstairs, the day guard instinctually just gets up, opens the cell cage. That's a big one. Where'd you get him from?
Well, we found him down in the cellar of the burnt down tavern.
Oh,
There's
Robin Liquor.
No. There's a pretty large room beyond it, and it looks like ruins of some sort.
Oh.
He was in there supposedly moving rubble out of the way. He wouldn't tell us what he wanted to do down there, so he said he knows Goran and Gorish, and they gave him permission to be down there, so we wanted to confirm he didn't want to come along. And we took him in.
Fair enough. He locks him in the cage, goes and sits down with the corner, pulls out.
And before he locks him in, I'm gonna undo the rope around his head at least.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah,
because that's just horrible. He's already knocked out. You're just terrible. You're so mean. Oh.
When they take him downstairs, I'll go and try and find Goran and Gorish.
Yeah, they
and ask them
are
to come with me.
Still in a goblin pile. They've slept in. It was a late night, bit traumatic. They're sitting there having a cup of tea and
yeah, just ask politely. Could you just come with me? Come with me for a sec. We just need you to confirm a certain individual, if you possibly can.
Right, yeah, okay. They get up and follow you down the stairs back to the hold.
I'll be just standing there with my arms crossed.
Meet up with these again.
So, Goran, Gorish, we found this orc down in your cellars.
Oh yeah.
And he said that he knows you personally, and you gave him permission. Could you identify him for us if you know him?
You see, he's kind of shuffling himself to wake. Sparky Pilot, thanks for the follow, friend. He's sitting up at this point, scratching his jaw. Yeah. I recognise him. He came in the tavern last week.
But you don't know him personally?
Well...
Or gave him permission to be down there?
Down where?
In your basement.
We gave him permission to go down into the basement last week. He said he was investigating the structural integrity of the walls.
Mm-hmm. Do you know his name?
I can't really remember. Gorish, what about you? Now you mention it, no, I don't think he did give us a name.
You're far too trusting.
Well,
He said he was going to check the structural integrity of the walls.
that's what he said. He was down there for about... How long was it? Probably a couple of hours, and then came back out empty-handed.
So he's no further reason to be down there now.
Well, I don't know. Don't suppose so. Now it's burnt down.
How many days did he go down? Was it just the one day, or did he go down multiple days to check the structural integrity of the walls?
He just came down there once.
Yeah.
Okay.
Said he got what he needed and went on his way.
Oh, so he actually said he'd finished what he needed to do down there, so...
Oh, he said he got what he needed.
Yeah. I think there's more to this fella than meets the eye.
Usually is with orcs.
Kind of smirk.
Gorish gives him an elbow. What?
Well,
thank you very much, Goran and Gorish. That's all we need to know.
All right. They just potter away up the stairs.
look at the arc. Look at the group. Look at the arc. Look at the group.
If you look at the group again, I'll have a bucket of water in my hand.
Suddenly the weapons are just drawn.
So,
And he looks at me.
He looks at you. Are we gonna wait? Are we gonna wait till he wakes up?
He's awake at this point. He's sitting there and he's just like kind of itching his jaw where the rope has been tied around.
So,
Not
I'll
really.
rephrase that. Now that I can see he's awake a bit, then shall we question and torch? I mean, just question this outstanding orc who never lies, clearly, or do we go back down and check a little bit further out?
Is that usual practice? He says in Orcish. Don't get your own way, so you knock people out and then put them in cages.
Saying Orcish worked on you, didn't it?
Good luck.
Yes.
He turns away.
But yeah, speak to these guys. What's the next plan? Should we question this guy? Or
I need a bit of a rest, but I'll have a chat with him.
Go find the captain. We need to report this in as soon as we can.
I mean, a short rest does sound pretty nice.
How about you go and talk to the captain, and I'll follow as soon as I may know more. I'll have a chat with him.
Do you need any of us to stick around, or?
No, I'll be fine.
Okay.
Put my hand on
I know.
Severa's shoulder real quick. Don't be too kind. He will lie to you.
Well, we already know he's lying, so.
I trust Severa wholeheartedly, so it's like I will have a meal and a drink ready for when you come back upstairs.
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
You got this.
And then, yeah, I'll just start bimbling back upstairs to find the Capitan and let him know we have an orc prisoner that Severa is questioning.
And I'll also look at the day guard and just give him a subtle nod towards the stairs.
Oh,
Okay.
bad paladin about to come out.
Come along, everyone.
What?
Let's go.
Paladin of Vengeance, here we come.
No!
Oh.
God. You guys, I don't even have an oath yet.
Broken the oath before it started.
I don't even have an oath yet, please.
It's about to be one.
Oh, God. No.
Guy shrugs, puts the keys on the table. Suppose I could go for a break.
Yeah, it's about lunchtime. Come on.
I'll wait till you come back.
I'll knock on the captain's door if it's not open.
Yeah, you imagine because the day guard is back downstairs and not manning the front desk that the captain's probably arisen. He's had a few hours kip. Yeah, hang on. You hear from the other side. 30 seconds, a minute pass. You see the captain opens the door while he's buckling up his thick belt. Leans on the doorway.
Yeah, you wanted to see cheeks again. You poor guy. You just missed them.
Just use the ring.
Gin.
Damn it, Shazam, you just missed it.
Captain, we've made 2 discoveries. One, the inn's basement is accessible and has some potentially fairly extensive ruins. Undead. Quite a number of them. Our fallen comrades were arisen. We had to put them down.
Shit. Right.
We went on a little further exploring. We found some potentially very old ruins, more undead, and we've captured an orc that looks like he might have been part of the raiding party. Currently downstairs, and Severa is probably currently trying to extract information.
Yes, talking to them.
Right. It's this one tusk kind of itches his lip around it. It come quietly.
Unfortunately, not.
We had to persuade him.
He may have a headache.
I mean, technically, he did come quietly.
So what was he actually arrested then?
I mean, technically, he was trespassing, and he does meet the description of the other raiders we've had last night.
You're gonna have to be careful. Technically, won't hold up, but we'll see how it turns out.
Hence, it's Severa down there, and not us.
Well, okay. Anything else?
We're probably going to prepare to get back down. We're going to hit up the church first, see if they have anything for undead.
Right. Okay. Scratches into his beard. I'm going to finish getting myself ready.
Have some brew, Captain.
Yeah, good idea. And he turns away and shuts the door.
Meanwhile,
Shibba-boo.
I'm going to sit down on the other side of the bars. Just so it's
he turned away. You walk to the side he's currently facing.
And I'm just gonna sit down. Sorry about that.
Just looks at you.
I really am. I didn't know they were gonna do this. I was just gonna continue talking to you.
Well, I shall make my thoughts known. Arresting people's one thing, but knocking them out and dragging them away is another. So, as I said, good luck.
It was not fair, and I understand that.
Listen, you seem nice. As I said to them, I will say my final words. Good luck, and it's none of your business. And then he gestures a zip across his lips, and then just looks at the floor.
You know, even if you were able to clear out that path at the end of that hallway, there would have been more of those things waiting on the other side. Did you ever try the door that you were stood right next to? There was more behind there as well. And well, I would assume you probably didn't know that they were down there, otherwise you wouldn't have been down there by yourself. Seems like a dangerous job you took on.
Give me a persuasion check.
Oh, that was very loud. I'm sorry. This desk is very loud. An 18.
He shrugs.
So, if we hadn't been down there because we were investigating ourselves because of the recent fire, what would you have done with all those things down there?
You see, he kind of looks about his person and realizes, realistically, his club's not there. Shrugs.
Because even if you did club them down, which I think you're more than capable of doing, the thing with these things is that they get back up and they continue fighting you. So eventually, even you would have been overrun all by yourself down there. So what were you doing that was so important that you would put yourself at such risk?
Testing the structural integrity of the walls.
By clearing out rubble?
The walls clearly aren't structurally integral.
No. Clearly not. Goran and Gorish, they told us that you were already down there last week. Checking the structural integrity of the walls. And you didn't find anything.
He smirks when you say it back to him.
And you didn't find anything.
Are you talking in Orcish?
Yes. He seems more comfortable talking in Orcish about this stuff.
Yeah, for clarity, no one's heard him speak anything than Orcish so far.
And you didn't come back with anything. So then I'm wondering why you're back down there a week later doing the same thing again.
I believe the term was got what I needed. Not that I left empty-handed.
Mm-hmm. So you went down there to inspect, and then today or last night, or whenever you came back down there to start clearing out that rubble, I'm asking you again, what are you looking for?
Smiles at you and shrugs.
Well, you see, you don't have to give me an answer. It would just be easier for me to get you. It would just be easier for me to get you out of here if I knew an answer.
I shouldn't be in here in the first place.
Well, that is true. That is not a decision that I made.
Maybe being down here will protect me from them things that you think are down there. Maybe you did me a service.
Well, yes, you are safe in the guardhouse, but you're not free, which is not necessarily a fair trade, I suppose. Giving up your freedom for safety. So, if we were to let you go, you're going to go back down there. If we go back down, we're going to go down there as well. So, we could work together.
Okay. Then what?
Well, we could continue our investigations. You could continue clearing your pathway to whatever it is you're looking for, and you wouldn't be as unsafe doing it.
So I get to slave away, waiting for one of you to knock me out again?
You're not going to be knocked out again.
Shouldn't have been knocked out in the first place. As you said, that wasn't my choice. It wasn't your choice.
Yeah, that was not something that should have happened.
But it did.
It did. That is true.
Mm.
And I understand that you're skeptical.
I mean, if I'd attacked one of this fair village's guards, or I had indeed been proved to have been doing something I shouldn't have, illegal, no doubt, arrest me you could have. But finding me under the siege of some unliving things and then knocking me out doesn't seem very godly, does it? What if I was a citizen? Did you even investigate? Nope.
Well, I will admit that my colleague's decision was a bit rash.
I believe the word is fucked up.
Yes, I suppose. And I try to keep an open mind. and so do they. It's just been a bit harder since what happened. Only recently.
Fair enough. People get frustrated. I appreciate that.
So if we were all to go back down there, and we assisted you in looking for whatever it is you're looking for, continuing our own investigations and clearing out whatever is down there, would that suffice to make up for you being knocked out?
Nah.
No? Then what is it?
I don't
that you
think
want?
I'll need to go down there.
You don't need to go down there anymore?
Nah.
So what would you have done if we weren't down there and those things cornered you and kept attacking you? What then? You would have just given up?
I would have knocked them down.
You would have knocked them down and they would have gotten back up. That's
Would they?
the nature of those things. Yes.
Well, who knows?
Think on it. We will be taking a short rest, and I shall come back.
If it's not too
Why
much
don't you
trouble,
Yes.
if you could bring me something to eat and drink, I think that's the least you owe me. And a word with your captain would be lovely as well.
Certainly. Do you want to just step up? And she just gets up. I'll take those manacles off you.
It's all right. I'm feeling a bit woozy, on account of being knocked out from behind. I'll wait.
You'll wait? Okay. And she'll get up, pick up her weapons that she put down, and walk up the stairs.
As you turn to leave, he just smirks at you. See you in a bit.
I just shrug, look over my shoulder.
Nice conversation. Gave me time to eat my food.
Yeah, would you mind getting me something to eat?
It's the most sarcastic meal I've ever eaten. Maybe.
And I'll head upstairs and look for something to eat and some water.
We'll probably be eating something like a light lunch, most likely.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there'll be plate and jug for Zafira. Like I said, I do.
I'll look for anything left over that is not mine because I still want to eat my food.
Yeah.
I probably already have like a second.
You'll actually find me in the kitchen area making food.
Yeah. Can make food and drink for everybody. For Zavira, easy enough. You can acquire additional. Like you've got like, there'd be sections for prisoner food and drink.
Yeah.
It's you don't have
I'll
to necessarily
fetch him something,
Yep.
and I'll have a glance around for the captain as well if he's anywhere to be seen or if he's still in his room.
Can't find him. Would reasonably assume he's in his room still.
I'll look at the others. Has the captain been out yet?
Briefly.
No, not yet.
The orc would like to have a chat with him.
Makes sense.
So how did the chat go with the orc friend?
Well, he still doesn't want to explain what he wanted down there. And he does not want to go back. However, he's very adamant on having a chat with the captain about what happened. Because reasonably, and he's absolutely correct, just in the middle of a conversation, knocking him out and dragging him over here was not the way to go. I wouldn't be willing to talk as either if you just knocked me out and dragged me here.
Fair enough.
Agreed.
Once the captain comes out, could you tell him to come downstairs, and I'll take the food and a cup of water and head back down.
Mm-hmm. Be careful when you pass the food through the bars.
It'll be fine. And I'll come down the stairs again. Got you something to eat? In Orcish.
As you say that in Orcish and round the stairs heading down, you can see that the cage is open. The keys are in the lock, and the back door to the hold is open.
How far is the desk from the cells?
15, 20 feet.
So someone let him out. Gotcha.
I mean, I won't make you roll. You remember that the guard left the keys on the desk, so they were easily accessible.
I'll put down the food on the desk and have a look out the back door.
Yeah, door is it's not open, it's left ajar.
Any footprints? Anything I can see?
Passive investigation, you can see looks like there's some heavy footfalls in the sand out the back of the guardhouse. Seem to go out and around.
I'll close the door and get the keys from the lock and head back up the stairs, just holding the keys on one of my fingers. I assume they're like on a key ring.
Yeah.
Just holding one of my fingers.
Stereotypical keys on a ring.
And just head back up the stairs, give them all a look, and say, "Well, someone let him out.
What?
He's gone."
You can see the day guard was in the canteen with you, as he said he was going to take a break.
Continue to eat my food.
I hate to say this, Severa, but that is hardly surprising.
But how did they get into the guardhouse?
Well, there's two
Probably
options
through-
here. He either
Probably
let
through the
himself
back door.
out.
He couldn't have reached the keys from his cell. Also, he was still manacled.
Not
Are there
normally.
manacles? Are the manacles still there? Were they still there, or were they gone?
No one manacled him. You just wrapped his face.
I manacled him.
No, you
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Yeah, fair
You
enough.
did
Yeah,
manacle
all right.
him.
Yeah, no, the manacles were not there.
Well, he's still walking around in manacles because I didn't take those off.
Quickly, again, action, dash, blah, blah, blah. Run up to the roof of the guard tower with my bow and have a look if I can see anything.
Okay.
Because I've got some good distance on the
Garble,
bow.
garble, garble.
Yeah, give me a perception check.
Don't fail me now. Fuck!
Proceeds to fill him.
I doubt he'll reach it, but I got a 15. I was hoping for higher.
You have a scan across the nearby. Can't see any, there's no manacled orc walking down the thoroughfare. You know, if he is out there somewhere, he's behind a building, or it could be anywhere.
Yeah. I'll just try and... I'll use 30 seconds to a minute and just, scan, but yeah, if I can't see out...
Yeah, give me one more perception check.
Nah. It's one better, 16.
You take your time, you scan, you look from building to building, seeing if anything looks out of place.
I'll hand the keys back to the day guard, and I'll head back downstairs to go out the back door and follow the footprints I can see.
I'll join her.
Yeah. I will also tell the day guard to let the captain know there's been a jailbreak.
Oh. Right, well, I'm going to finish my break first.
No, now.
If you're on your way out, you tell him.
Well, I'm going back downstairs anyway. I'm not staying for this conversation. I'm just gonna follow the footprints that I can see outside of the orc.
Yeah, you head downstairs, back through, start following the tracks. You follow them to where you get to around like the backs of some buildings where stone path starts to come in, and then the tracks become harder to track.
What direction were they heading last?
They seem to be staying around the outskirts of the village, if anything. But it's hard to distinguish. They'd come out, if you try to remember the map out the front, you've got the large autumnal tree. They've come out the back and gone round that side.
I'll try and follow around the back and just really carefully be on the lookout and really carefully listen for heavy footsteps and the sound of chain.
Yeah, give me a perception check.
I'll help her.
Ooh, nat 20.
Nice.
21.
Yeah, you pick up some extra tracks, I'll give you that. They keep following round the back of that building, round the back of those two little things where the goblin fell off and the cat went for, that was the other building, ignore that. Past the autumnal tree.
Yep.
But looking about, listening as carefully as you can, trying to pay as much attention as you can. Can't see or find any sign of the orc.
You have to wonder. Lone orc in a ruin, post an attack, a raid on the town. Doesn't match up.
I will head back downstairs from the guard roof.
And while that's going on, I've gone and knocked on the captain's door.
Yeah, captain comes out. He's dressed now. He's got his guard garb on. He kind of starts to step through as you're in the doorway. He's all right. Shuts the door behind him.
I am sorry to report, Captain, there has been a breakout. The orc managed to get out of the cell.
Oh.
Don't know how. The others have got to try and track him. But...
Well, great. Looks over to his logbooks. Do I want to do the paperwork?
Nothing.
Anyone checking for magic?
I don't believe so.
Where were the keys?
Would Azura have noticed or remembered that the guard left them on the desk?
Yeah, I mean, you all got sent away together.
Keys were left on the desk in the cells. He was manacled, but...
Won't stop a mage hand.
No.
Keep that in mind. Report that to your colleagues. Might be dealing with a magic user. Right, okay. Goes and sits at his desk.
I'll go back to the day guard as well, who was stationed down there, and sorry for shouting. I shouldn't have shouted it like that. It's frustrating, you know.
I get it. It's all right.
We've had a hell of a few days, and we shouldn't be at each other like that.
Yeah, it's rough for us all. Just pat you on the shoulder. Well,
Okay, go on, find the others.
Scaff,
I
you
mean-
come down at this point. See Azora with the day guard.
I'm gonna go back to eating my food and drink.
Okay.
It's like I don't know where the other two have gone. They went off running somewhere. So it's like they'll be back soon. I'll
Well-
just finish my meal.
I might head out to either go towards the tavern just to see if they head back there.
Yeah, for clarity, anyone that hasn't spent an hour in the guardhouse hasn't had a short rest.
I was just going to say that too. I was just saying that to Scaff.
Mm-hmm. There's no point as two of us going to the tavern by ourselves when we know what's down there. It will be unwise for.
Or I'm just gonna observe it from a slight distance to see if anyone turns up. That shouldn't
Did you
be there.
you explain, Shozan, what happened with the? Did you tell him, the captain, that he was trying to move rubble?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I gave him basically the whole rundown of like
Yeah.
the ruin, the orc inside. That was everything he was doing, or the denying he was doing.
Yeah. Captain pipes up while he's kind of side earing. Even if he goes back, if he was having trouble with the rubble, he's not going to achieve anything fast.
There was a couple of doors as well, which we heard things shuffling behind, but we didn't venture that far.
Right, well, I suggest you either finish your break or go find your friends and tell them to get a break. And
We know.
go at it. Full hard, ready, and I'll do the paperwork.
I'll, while we're away and we come up with nothing, I'll turn to Shozan and just shrug a bit. Yeah, I think he's gone.
It does
No
appear
idea
that
what he's-
way.
Well, no idea what he's going to do with the manacles. He can surely find a way to get those off if he's found a way to get the key into the lock. But
Yeah, they're not particularly the most complicated pieces of equipment.
well, no, but he was not supposed to be in the cells in the first place, so I suppose fair enough.
You say that. But so far, we've had 2 of them in there, and both have appeared. Well, I don't have to point it out to you.
What do you mean? But suspicion is not enough to go on to arrest and imprison someone. If you don't have proof, there's nothing we can do. But I understand the frustration.
Wouldn't say I'm frustrated.
Well, we were just having a chat. He started walking. And you decided to just knock him over the head. While we were
That
still
I did.
having a conversation.
You did
That's a
notice he
banana.
wasn't going to give you any answers, did you?
Well, no, he didn't give me any answers here either, so it made no difference, and it just made him more averse to us.
Not necessarily a bad thing. Depends on your sense of what's going to happen, I should say. We've had 3 buildings burned down, 4 guards dead,
Yes.
orcs, goblins, and God knows what else in the basement,
Yes.
dressed the same way, acting the same way.
Well,
We
he
go
wasn't
back down
really.
there.
He wasn't
There
acting
isn't.
aggressively. He didn't attack us.
No, not aggressively per se. We're going back down, host a raid with casualties. How did he get past our esteemed colleagues who we've had to put down twice? There's only one way down there.
That
Or
we
up.
know of.
That we know of. Indeed.
He may have gone down the hatch the first time when he spoke to Goran and Gorish about it. How he went down there the second time, we don't know.
Go. We do not know indeed. Let's hope we don't find out.
But Shozan, you see, my approach to things is that everyone deserves a chance, and you can't just assume that someone is involved with something wrong or has done something wrong just because you see them somewhere where you might not expect them.
Very true.
That is not a fair assumption to make, don't you think?
I'll give him a chance. And you give him multiple.
Well, you see, Shozan, that night, or generally, there are other hobgoblins around as well, but no one just goes up to you and says, "Oh, you're acting shady. You're getting arrested for acting shady."
No, I did ask him to drop his weapon, which he didn't do, and you gave him multiple chances to explain himself, which he didn't do. Regardless of our sense of justice.
Well,
being
yes,
different.
but I would say that only violence justifies violence against it.
Mm.
If he had acted violently, I would have totally agreed with you and with your approach. He didn't act violently. He just wasn't very happy to answer.
Indeed. We'll see which one of us was correct. There's only one way to find out.
This is not about being correct. It has nothing to do about, oh, yeah, I win because I was right. I'm just trying to explain why I think what you did was not right. Was not the right approach. And if you don't see it the same way, then that's fair. That's fine. We have different outlooks on life. I'm just saying he might have been more open to answer if we didn't knock him out and drag him to the guardhouse.
Perhaps. Again, time will tell. Because I doubt that he'll not be looking again down there.
And we
As
shall see him
clearly
again
haven't
down there.
seen- Well, we're gonna have to. We're gonna have to see if the other people from last night made their way down there. Plus, there are notes stating that there was something down there they were looking for. Makes me think that they are in the ruins and not down the well.
Did you say you were coming to look for him, Azora?
Yes.
Yeah. Were you guys walking and talking?
Yeah,
I assume
slowly walking back because we
Yeah,
couldn't
you
find
can-
anything.
Headed out the back door as well, Azora, trying to follow paths. Catch up with them. Scaff's finishing his break.
No luck.
Unfortunately not.
Well, Captain says you should come back and get yourselves a break. I mean,
Sounds good to me.
I don't know.
Food?
It's all prepared if you want some.
If there's any left.
Damn it, Scaff.
Scaff's just looking at the
Oh, I
extra
left-
portions.
Well, I left some on the desk downstairs by the cells. It's okay. Or comes back, mage hands it through the window like, no.
I was
Right?
hungry after all.
Oh, thank you. You did bring me some food.
Speaking of that, I'll say to them, Captain did mention that we should have checked for magic. That is something he could have had the capability of.
It's a good point.
Yeah, a simple mage hand would have got them the keys.
I'll have
I
to
mean-
inquire with him how he would check that.
That is,
Especially if the magic is innate. If he was a wizard, he would have a book with him, sure. But
I mean, we did check and we didn't find anything really that could be used as a focus, didn't we? Or
I don't think we found the club and some gold, right? That's it.
Yeah, I didn't
Don't
even
know about the
retrieve his
gold in
club.
character, technically. Scaff was invisible.
Yeah. Fair enough. Yeah.
Yoink!
Did we take the club and put it in the evidence locker, or is it still just down there because we left it?
No, I put it in the bag of holding to keep it away from
Okay. Fair.
potential onlookers.
Yeah, okay.
So it's still in there technically.
It's one way to make
Well,
a scene safe. Just put that in there, put that in there.
Hey, it's
If he-
weightless travel.
yeah.
Like, come on.
If he does come back to the ruin and it continues clearing the path to look for whatever he's looking for, which he said he has no reason to be down there anymore.
Well-
If we're going to be there,
yeah, it's
we shall see him again, and if not, we just made an orc stay a really weird experience.
Do we want to put the weapon in the locker, Severa, or do we want to keep it with us so we can give it to him if we find him again?
either way. It's,
Yeah. It is his. Should our paths cross again, I suppose he can have it back.
Fair enough. I'll keep it with me for now then.
And if he hasn't gotten his manacles off by then, I guess we can get rid of those two.
I mean, why would you willingly go down into that tunnel with a load of creepy undead?
Well, my best assumption is that he's looking for something down there. Whether he's looking there for himself or on the orders of someone else, I don't know. It wasn't exactly a very productive conversation,
No.
but that was to be expected. Anyways, and she just kind of pats herself off a bit. I'll have something to eat now. I'm starved.
It's been a long morning.
So you all head into the break room for a short rest. Be in there for at least an hour, of course. So anyone that wants to take a short rest, do that now. I'm conscious that it's 8:10, so we will go for a break. So welcome in, RD, God of Chaos, RD Rex. Thank you for the follow, my friend. You've just joined us as we go for a break. Rejoin us, I should hope, in about 20 minutes. We'll go get some food and drink and have a refresh and be back at about past. Thank you all. See you shortly.
everything. So
Hi,
Could be
everybody.
worse.
Welcome
Oh,
back.
Hello,
So-
I'm very red.
Hello.
We
The
rejoin
lighting.
the party as they have had a bit of a midday's break, had some food and drink, reflected on things that have happened, and with full tummies and hydrated bodies, head back out for the rest of their day.
Well, I think we all know where we're going.
Shozan, you said you wanted to go to the church first.
Yes, we're facing undead, so you might be able to give us a blessing or something.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Wise thinking. I mean,
We all good to go?
Yeah.
mhm. I've never really been to the church for a blessing, so this should be fun.
So you venture out across town, easy enough. You make your way to what looks like one of the residence buildings. It's basically someone's house that has been converted into a safe space, religious space. There's at least 4 residents, each of which spend time together in worship of their own member of the Pantheon. I suppose you jest amongst yourselves on the way there, thinking that how can 4 people from 4 different religions live under the same roof? You imagine conversations get a little bit confrontational at times, but ultimately, you know that these guys are mostly in celebration of faith as a whole. Personal choices do not make the person. You'd know that the main Pantheon is covered. Kerecekian, Wunt, Avia, and Orthus. Easy enough, you make your way over to the building. The door is open during the day. There's a easy breeze flowing through the village on this warm day. Sitting outside, you see a chap in a beige off-white robe.
To be fair, I'll let our holy person go first. I'll let our paladin go. They're probably the most apt for this part.
Have I been here before? Would they know me?
I imagine so, yeah. As you start to approach...
So I recognize them.
Yeah, you would recognise this fellow human. You know this is the Wuntian follower.
Ooh, we beefing. Not kidding.
I smell mud flesh.
Monkey.
Monkey. Yeah, you...
What's his name?
you've never actually asked his name. His name's Jethro.
Oh, really? Jethro.
Jethro.
It's afternoon at this point, isn't it? You said afternoon earlier.
Yeah. Early afternoon, you made your way back. You've had your hour's break. You went out looking for the orc. It's probably 3-4 o'clock-ish.
Mm-hmm. I'll head in first. But good afternoon, my friend.
Fine day. Warm as it is. It's nice to see you again,
Indeed.
Zafira.
Nice to see you as well. Are the others around?
Marianne's inside. Unless you're here to see me. He kind of gives you that knowing smirk that probably not.
Well, me specifically, maybe not, but my colleagues have a few questions.
Fair enough. I'm having an easy day thus far. I'm happy for someone to make it harder if it blesses them.
I am afraid it is not about want specifically, however.
Never usually is, but you know, it's fine.
And I'll just step aside a bit and present my colleagues who've never been here before.
Would I know how to address him by title?
Generally, it's only the kind of the active leaders of churches and temples and things like that would go by father. Just any kind of term of respect, I suppose. You could by all means refer to them as father. They generally wouldn't correct you. A lot of them, it's one of those, like, you use a title above their station, they're not going to correct you because they kind of like it. But like a lot, it's one of them, people don't know. You call a religious person father. It's like, oh, priest.
Father
I'll probably go with the father. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just step to the side and just briefly introduce them all.
Father Wuntian.
Nice to meet you all.
It's a fair, just kind of smirks at that. Just
he's smiling as well. And how can I help the guardship today?
Well, you didn't mention making your day harder. How about also more exciting?
Well, I suppose those two can go hand in hand. Hard and exciting is generally how I like things.
Really? I will not comment on that specifically.
You see,
however,
he's got a cheeky grin on his face. Go on.
We've got an undead problem.
You see his brow furrows immediately. Oh, excellent. Where?
We were wondering if you could do anything to aid us in clearing it out. Under the inn, specifically.
You see, he kind of looks around briefly after literally just telling you he's having an easy day. I mean, I could always come with you if you need.
I mean, I prefer not to.
Then I won't. No problem at all. No problem at all.
I was going to say I prefer not to put a civilian at risk.
I appreciate that wholeheartedly, my friend. I respect that a lot. Thank you. I can tease you with some holy water, should you like. I'm sure between us we could all bless a pot or two.
I'm sure that would help greatly.
We can offer some kind of divinely inspired protections, but they don't tend to last that long. Depends where and for how long. I imagine they'd probably expire before you got there. It's the kind of protections you need to administer in the moment, But certainly, I'm sure we can.
Water would suffice greatly.
Wonderful, Marianne.
While they're talking to him, can I go look for the Kerecekian representative?
Yeah, Marianne. As you step inside, you can see she is sat inside in a corner of the building. You can see it's almost just quarterly bisected. The interior of this building, always vying for as much of the building as they can, but keeping to their respective zones. Color coordinated. There's the orange corner for Kerecek. There's the pale blue corner for Wunt. There is the off-white corner or like white corner for Avia, and then in the back corner, the less illuminated corner. The dark and spooky corner of Orthus, the god of the afterlife. But you walk in, and Marianne is in the corner. She seems to have overheard, because you can see she is pulling out some bottles. The stereotypical thin neck into what they called? I want to say balloon bottled, bell bottled. You know what I'm talking about? Thin neck into.
Yeah, know what you're about. Yeah.
Listen, she's getting a couple of them out.
Vial.
Yeah, bell bottom vials, whatever. Afternoon, Zafira.
Afternoon. How are you?
I am warm and well.
Being warm is important.
I hear you're after some holy water, an undead problem.
Yes. After the tavern burned down, we went to investigate the cellar, and it turns out there's not just barrels of liquor down there, but also what seems like a broken down ruin of some sort.
I mean, there is history in the Mold Mountains.
Do you have any idea what that could be down there?
Give me a persuasion roll, which will act as her history check,
Oh shit.
just to allow you to have had the roll.
Wait, what's my plus? My plus is not very good. I think, I'm a paladin. I'm not very persuasive, it turns out. A 17.
17. But as far as I'm aware, there is an excavation below, ancient in nature. The mountains were a safe haven for a party of warring travelers who sought... Well, they were after a dragon, basically, as the history goes. In the long past, they basically excavated and built themselves a little temple below the mountain, the entrance of which, I suppose, would have been long lost.
So these mountains harbored a dragon. Someone was looking for that dragon in ancient times, and
Well, you
they
know
made
how
themselves a
history
home
goes.
down there.
It seems so. Whether there was an actual dragon, they've not been seen in centuries, at least.
Yeah.
But of course, she politely gestures to yourself, there is, of course, heritage in these lands. So, there's no smoke without fire. But yes, I suppose, as the saying goes, there's strength in the mountains.
How did so many undead end up down there?
Again, with ancient spaces and magics of old, there just tends to be magical seepage. It's not a favourable word. Generally, any kind of seepage is usually not a positive thing. But seepage of the arcane nature and residual lingering, these things happen. But you can see she decants water while she's talking into these 4 tubes. Come on, you lot, I'm not doing it all myself. And you see they all come inside.
As the others walk in, I'll call back. I'll just ask the other father to hang on. I want to speak to him about something.
Oh, yes.
You'll have arcane knowledge. I'll pull out the gold ring. Are you able to do anything to see what this is? It's got some writing on it, which I can understand, but other than that, I don't know. It just there's something about it that I'm just wondering if you could be able to tell me.
Interesting. He looks at the ring and he inspects it and he reads the inside.
Is he able to read it, or does he need me to translate?
He looks like he's looking at it. It's not a text I understand.
And I will. God damn it! I got the wrong notes up.
It's also in the item sheet, Biggie.
Right, yeah, I've got so many different sheets up everywhere. 2 screens and still not enough.
Tell me about
Got
it.
4.
I'm running a game, a map, and a stream.
Yeah. Was it pinned?
I believe so, yes.
Yes. I'll tell him that it's in the language Sylvan, and it says, by the
Language of the
embrace of
Fae.
the sun, to the strength of the mountain, keep you safe.
Saphira, as Azura translates that,
Mm-hmm.
something clicks in your brain. Marianne has literally just said those words. The middle section.
Middle section.
Strength.
For the mountains. Mountain. Look at Azura again. Read that again.
He's closed it.
No, I've got loads of different tabs open. It is
Read that again. Oh, shit.
by the embrace of the sun, the strength of the mountain, keep you safe.
Strengthen the mountains.
The author's follower walks over and he covers his eyes, gives you a bow, and apparently makes himself blurry.
Blurry.
Cast blur, and he's
Cast
gone.
shimmer.
See you later.
Cast shimmer.
Yeah.
Greetings to you all. I hope you're having a blessed day.
Father.
Greetings.
These ceremonies will take approximately 1 hour. I hope you do have the time. You can always come back later if you've got other things to do.
I don't know about you 3 of how urgent are we to get to the back down there.
If it's an ancient temple, I can't imagine it's going anywhere.
Good point.
No, but the things that are inside might start to wander out. Because it's not exactly the securest of places.
Fair enough.
Because we did clear the entrance effectively from the tavern.
If
That
you,
was quite heavy.
So if things start coming out from that down there, bimbling up, you know.
Fortunately for me, I don't tend to have a lot to do, which I suppose some would say is a blessing in of itself.
I mean, we can go down and secure the wall.
If you wanted to go and keep a lookout, I could always venture over to wherever it is in an hour.
I mean,
If you would like to come along with us.
I wouldn't go that far, but I can always bring you the vials.
Well, if you
whichever
all
you
are,
feel is best. Yeah.
if you are all set on leaving as fast as possible, I'll just take a moment to sit with Kerechek. That's okay.
Take your time.
I'll walk over to the orange corner.
Yeah,
The
they
corner.
each take
Or
one of
Mariana's.
the bottles. Any questions or further discussions before we begin? Interruption isn't necessarily an issue, but the longer and we are uninterrupted in our ceremony, the quicker it will be.
I hope
Jethro,
this doesn't offend. Is there any place non-bespoke that I could do a ritual?
you are in a safe space, friend. You're welcome to perform as long as you don't interrupt our ceremonies. Choose a quadrant.
That's the thing. I am not aligned to either.
Any of the Pantheon can watch over you in your work. Whether you are faithful or not, they are always watching.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Wherever you feel most comfortable, friend.
Guess I'll roll a d4 and pick one.
Yeah.
That's
What would number 4 be, Pidge?
Orthus.
All right, I'll go. I'll go to the segment of Orphus, and I'll kneel down.
It's like, hey, yes,
Yeah,
child.
you see an older guy, long white beard that's pulled into a plait, bald head, dark grey robe. Sits down as you kind of approach his quadrant. He covers his eyes again and gives you a bow. Turns to start. Closes his eyes, focuses on his vial.
I rolled a 1, by the way.
That was on a...
For
for which quadrant? Yeah, Jethro. First quadrant. Before he starts, yes, your question. I think it's more of the arcane rather than the divine that would be able to identify the nature of specific magics within the ring. But
do you know who may be able to assist with this?
You probably have better chance at discovering any magic users within the village sooner than I would. You could always try the guild house. Maybe they have a lingering user. I don't know.
That's fair enough. I'll keep that in mind. Thank you very much.
If it's magic in nature, you know, the sooner you get these things identified, the sooner you know whether they're useful or not. So you've got an hour, I suppose, while we're performing these ceremonies.
I'll turn to the others. Is that okay with you if I go and get this done while you do what you need to here?
Go for it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll just be here.
Elizabeth awkwardly
Scaff.
standing like...
I mean, Scaff, if you really wanted to, you could just keep a very close eye on the hatch. Make sure nothing climbs out of it.
Shade away.
Good idea.
He just
Invisible.
he just stands right there and just stares at it. Just
To the hatch.
don't blink. Don't blink.
Okay, I'll meet back up with you in an hour, either here or should we be at the tavern?
Just I'll remain here for the hour and carry the vials. So just meet up back here.
Oh,
Good luck,
speak to you
friend.
soon. And you too.
We'll
And
just,
you too, Scath, if you're still here.
Invisible thumbs up.
And I'll go out and head up to the old guild house.
Okay. You approach the guild house, and for a building that was probably, I mean, it's probably still within your time, I suppose. Proud marble, I suppose, as an image to put in your mind. Think of like the like Zeus's temple, the Greek kind of white building, pillars out the front, you know, the easily recognisable guild houses of Terrafae. Now, off-white, dusted on the Kerecekian environment, less well-trodden, dusty stairs outside, the occasional pair of footprints in them, but no, it's not the daily toing and froing of adventurers as it once would have been.
I mean, how long ago was this officially closed down, kind of thing, as it were?
Like the event, the murdering of the leaders of the guild houses was like weeks ago, so it's still relatively fresh. But like with the leaders of the guilds all being murdered, the guild houses were all just shut down temporarily, and thus far they just haven't been reopened.
Yeah, so walk up to it with almost like a bit of a sad look on his face that who knows, this could have been his home instead of the guardhouse. Had decisions gone a different way, I walk up and...
Yeah, the doors are unlocked, as they always are to the public, just in case anyone needs guild service. You make your way in. You can see there is a fireplace over to the right-hand side wall, not lit, not stocked with wood nor coal, but an empty coal scuttle sits on a hearth outside of the fire. A well-trodden, dirty, and not cleaned in a while, sand-dusted, deep red rug lies across the majority of the floor in the open space of this entrance hall to the guild house. Towards the back of the guild house, you can see there is a desk where you imagine many a people have stood queuing, a big large board denoting guild quests and jobs lying empty, only corner tears of parchment remaining stuck to the board where old jobs would have been collected by adventurers. No one at the desk at the moment.
I'll just walk up to the desk with a, "Hello, anyone around?"
You hear a dull cough from behind at the back. It's a moment. You see walking through an older gentleman wearing well-fitted but not very clean leather armour, a blue tunic underneath, cleaner than the armour, a large hero belt across his midriff with a couple of pouches that are just left unbuckled. Walks round to the front. Afternoon. Kind of looks dejected as he says, and then he looks you up and down once more and sees the guard denotion as, afternoon, guard.
Afternoon. It's almost sorry sight to see it, the place gone to like this, but...
It is indeed. We are beholden to our role, always here, despite the place being closed. A nostalgic trip, or can I help you with anything?
Both. I do have something that I'm wondering if you are able to maybe identify or see if what it is, if it has anything special about it.
He kind of chuckles and nods. One of the perks of being a guildhouse attendant, we are all taught to be able to check items of power in. Kind of looks you up and down expectedly. What is it?
I'll take out the ring and hand it over. It's this, it came to us recently, and we've just not had any chance to get it identified as to what it is.
Sylvan script?
Yes.
It's been a while. Is it a secretive thing, or do you mind me looking? Well, I mean, you want me to identify it, so I suppose you don't need. It's not that private, but.
Oh no! Please do.
You see, he mutters an incantation, a word of power under his breath. Waves a few fingers in front of his face, and you see his eyes glow a flash of green briefly. By the embrace of the sun, the strength of the mountain, keep you safe. I've never understood why the Fae are so cryptic. Why not be clear about these things?
Who knows?
Well, just give me a moment. I'll, not that I'm necessarily using my powers for anything else, but, unless you're in a rush, I could ritually cast it, so it'll save me some time. It'll take about 10 minutes.
There's no rush. I wonder if there's anything else you may be able to help me with. We have a current situation.
Okay.
We are having to deal with an undead one, shall we put it, that we've recently discovered in some ruins nearby. We have to deal with.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
I can go check in the back. We might have some scrolls of protection, maybe. That's probably about it. Maybe some holy water.
We've gone to the church. They're providing us some with them holy water. So it's just if I wondered if you had anything else that maybe you've used.
As I say, I can check for a couple of scrolls, but beside that, probably not.
That's fair. I can understand that your stocks might be well depleted. We did receive some stuff
Ah, wonderful, yes.
from you.
I was going to ask if the captain had... Was it yourselves that were in receipt of the...
Yes, I'll gesture to the cloak I'm wearing. Thank you. It was greatly received.
Better than it sitting in a back closet. Well, if you wouldn't mind letting me concentrate, you're welcome to take a seat, get some fresh air, do as you please, go on patrol. I'll be about 10 minutes.
I'll just go and just have a wander around and look at and take in the old building and what it used to be like and try and imagine it in its old grandeur.
Indeed. Pats his hand on the bar. Well, I'll be here. And he pulls his chair up and you see his eyes flash white briefly and then settle and starts staring at the ring. 10-minute identify. What are you bastard? So, 10 minutes go by, you take in the old building. Sad realisation as you kind of dust your foot across the dusty rug once or twice, and maybe even pick up the old hearth broom, the wooden stick broom, and just dust the hearth a little bit, passing a bit of time. So he kind of wipes his brow a little bit. So, I've got good news and cryptic news, I suppose.
I'll walk back over to the desk. Okay, sounds interesting.
So, this ring is, I suppose, could be considered as a missive, a predetermined message, I suppose. Only those with the capabilities to look into it closer, those with the power to identify. Otherwise, it would ultimately be kept secret from those who can't. The ring is... there are 3 pieces of a larger power. The power of the sun, the strength of the mountain, and the protection of one's pact. It is a trio of items that, when brought together, can open a conduit to the Fey realm. Be it for a positive or a negative thing is, of course, to be determined. I suppose that is up to whoever claims these items. There are 3 locations which came to me in flashes of imagery, which I could pinpoint to the map. He kind of rustles through some papers and pulls out the map. And on the old worn parchment reference to the map of Kerecekian, he points to the Great Tree. He points to the Tiarum ruins to the far east. And then the potential good news, he points to the mountains just ever so slightly to the east of Saugard.
Okay.
The items in question, by the embrace of the sun, is in reference to the amulet of the Sylvan Sun. The strength of the mountain is in reference to the braces of the Dominion Mountain. And the keep you safe is in reference to the circlet of the protected pact.
Do you have any idea what these items are or do? Or
This is all of the information contained within the magical message in the ring. You would have to find these items to determine what these items are. I just got names.
okay.
And I suppose locations.
But anyone who had this ring
And was
or another
able
that's
to
come
identify
beforehand.
it would have been able to find the same, yes.
Okay.
He writes everything down, gives you the parchment with it all written down, so that I can do the same.
Please.
Please, because I don't know how to spell shit.
And I can't type that fast.
If there's anything else I can help you with, I suppose the company is always welcome in this old place.
Well, once we've dealt with this undead problem I have nearby, I may be sure to stop by sometime just to give you that company, because everyone deserves it.
That's appreciated, God. What's your name, by the way?
My name's Azura.
Zora, it's a pleasure.
Yes.
Garriman.
Who knows? Garriman. It is also a pleasure. Who knows? If things had been different, I probably would have found myself here instead of the guardhouse.
Well, hopefully we won't be closed forever. You know, there's a terrible loss of the leaders, but where one leader falls, another can take its place.
Yeah, I hope so too. Because we do miss having the adventures around.
Indeed. So, I shall give me a few moments. I'll just head into the back, see if I can find anything for you.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
He heads into the back. And while I type that, is there anything anyone else is getting up to?
Meditating over my blade in the corner of the temple. Church.
As Marianne is making the holy water, I'll just sit silently with my eyes closed and in the corner with my hands on my holy emblem. Just, well, it's sort of, yeah, I'd say pray to Kerecekian, just my usual kind of checking in, like, hey, what's up? Your favorite paladin.
How you doing?
Hi,
Hey, Mom. Hey, Mom.
Yeah, I mean, being in this place of faith and reaching out, whilst familiar that you don't, you know, you're not picking the phone up for a chat, but you do get that familiar kind of warmth. It's comforting knowing that a sacred place, is the best place.
And before I go over and watch what Marion does exactly in making the blessing the holy water, I should say, I'll by my head draw my index and my middle finger over my eyes before I get up and walk over.
You can see she's just kind of concentrating, repeating the Kerecekian prayer over and over, just under her breath, focused. You can see that her hands have turned a warm shade of orange. She's just concentrating over the jar.
I'll
File.
just sit with her and watch.
Yeah, anyone else doing anything for the next hour while they complete this stuff? Garriman comes back and hands you 3 wrapped scrolls. These are all that we had in stock. 3 scrolls of protection from evil and good.
Thank you. Anything you could have provided was more than enough. You've been a massive help.
No problem. If you find anything else of arcane interest, you know where to bring it.
I do. Again, thank you.
Be well.
You too. Just bow my head and take my leave and start heading back towards the church.
You get outside the church, bob your head in. You can see that Shozan Jin is concentrating on his blade, eyes closed, deep in thought. You can see that the 4 priests are just concentrating on their work. Zafira is sat by Marianne.
I'll just walk in quietly and find somewhere to stay quiet and out of the way.
Yeah, there's a couple of spare chairs to sit down. You imagine that, each area's got like 2 or 3 chairs in. There's enough space, to host small meetings of faith, so you can pull up a chair and relax. Scaff, you have a pretty boring time, all things considered. You head back to the tavern. Whereabouts do you go?
All the way back down. No, I don't. I'll be invisible. I'll be invisible. But I'll just effectively go to the hatch. I am not going to go down the stairs.
Okay, yeah, even standing at the top, invisible, you'd have enough time, whilst invisible and unseen, to quickly react if anything was to shamble its way. You listen carefully.
I'll also go stealth as well, just to give it that extra hush.
Yeah, I mean, sitting perfectly still, quiet, you don't need to roll. Nothing comes. You don't hear anything.
But yeah, it's just a better Overwatch just in case Alt does decide to shamble down.
Yeah, I mean, give me a stealth just in case anything comes from the top side.
Oh, where's my sheet gun? That's pretty good. That's a 22.
Okay. Cool.
But I'll just wait until the others regroup with us, and then go from there. Caution is better than, well, having to find out later.
Yep. The time goes by. The ceremonies are completed. One by one, they finish their prayers. They look up. Their divine energies subside. They breathe a relaxed breath. And they each hold a ceremonially blessed Giaro holy water.
Thank you kindly. How much do we owe you for this?
Don't worry about it. It's in service of the village. Zafira, I'll say give advantage. Anyone else? I mean, not Scaff because you're not there, but the other 2, give me religion checks if you want to.
Okay.
Right.
Ooh.
19.
14.
What's my bonus? A natural 20 for 21.
Imagine the paladin not having a bonus to religion.
Awkward.
Oops.
Yes, decent rolls. You would be aware that, for some reason, the blessing of water, even after an hour's ceremony, still pretty fucking expensive. It does cost 25 gold's worth of powdered silver, which the spell consumes to create genuine holy water. It's not as simple as going, oh, bless you, amen. It's, ceremonially infused holy water costs 25 gold. So that's 100 gold's worth of an hour that's just been taken part in there. So donations are always welcome, but, at the behest of the village, it's we need to keep our guardship safe, especially after recent events.
Yes, with what's happened, our ability as the guards has been greatly diminished, so we thank you for this aid.
You see the author's follower stands. On that note, am I to expect anyone?
As I sheathe my long sword ceremoniously as best as I can. I'm afraid they returned, and we had to purify them.
You see, he kind of scowls. Right, you are.
I'm sorry.
It is the way of things quite often. May they rest.
May they rest.
I was able to gain some information from the guild about this ring, and also gain some scrolls which may assist us back down underneath the tavern. He gave us 3 scrolls of protection from good and evil. I don't know what that kind of spell is. Perhaps, Father, you can explain it to us. I don't know what it does.
Yes, as I suggested, those kind of protections can be cast, but they are more of a heat of the moment kind of protection, as they only last for 10 minutes. So for us to have cast it now is within our remit, but by the time you got to wherever you are going, I imagine they'd be close to expiration, so it would almost be a waste. But a scroll can be cast in an instant and provide you with 10 minutes, so it's nice of the guild.
What does the spell do?
Gives you disadvantage. The spell in of itself grants several benefits. You gain protection from aberrations, celestials, elementals, fae, fiends, and undead. And essentially, when coming under siege from any of those creatures, you have divine protections that make it harder to attack you. Not impossible, but those creatures find it harder to find purchase in their attacks. You also can't be charmed or frightened or possessed by them. Which is, of course, handy.
Excellent. I just wonder, out of us, who would be best to keep hold of maybe one of these each.
I noticed Guard Scath is a ranged combatant. So of the 4 of you, I would imagine the one not being in melee combat with any of these creatures was probably the least requisite.
Makes sense. Yes. Well,
Unless you deem
we
him
should.
necessary to.
Plus, he has the uncanny ability to make himself quite stealthy at time as well.
I noticed.
Yes. So that's good thinking. Perhaps I'll just hand out a scroll to Zafira and choose on it. So how do you use these things? I mean, I've never used one before.
Who were you asking, sorry? Still the priest?
Anyone that's listening.
Yeah. Generally speaking, you would speak the incantation and tear the scroll across the magical sigil that should be present on the scroll. That's generally one way to determine if a scroll is genuine. If it has no sigil, it's probably just words on parchment. But you speak the incantation therein. It's usually the vocal components of spells. The somatic component is replaced by the tearing of the scroll across the sigil. And generally any material components are expended when the scroll is imbued with the power, so you don't have to worry about material components.
Oh, that's useful.
So say the words with your chest, with confidence. Read it once or twice to make sure you get the words right, because as I'm sure you can imagine, incantations are very particular on the wording. Speak the incantation, tear the sigil, and the effect should take place as you've cast the spell.
Okay. I will keep that in mind with what's about to go down. But thank you for everything you've done today.
No problem. I might go for a nap.
You've earned it.
Be well, gods.
We will.
So, you ready to go?
Invisible scatter.
Cheers, mate.
God.
Right. Shall we do this?
Let's do this!
It's my better judgment. I think we must.
Yeah. I'll turn to head out.
I'll see you again soon, Marianne.
Please do.
Thank you for your help.
Of course.
And I'll follow the group.
You all make your way back across the village, keeping your guardly eye out, filtering in to patrol as you normally would, venturing across despite having a particular job to do.
Yeah, as we are walking about, I will relay the information about the ring that I've got from the guild as well.
Go for it.
Did you put it somewhere?
It's in the guild.
In the... Aha.
Also made a new tab called DM Handout.
Nice.
Yeah, as the person at the guild was had identified it, he found out that this is... I need to pop this out. He found it. There are 3 pieces of a larger power, as he put it. Power of the sun, strength of the mountain, and the protection of one's pack, which is what is written on the ring signifies. And when those items are brought together, they can open a conduit to the Fey realm, which, as you can imagine, is probably not something too good that we need to maybe keep in mind of. I don't think we want that, do we?
The Fey realm.
Yeah.
Would I even know what the Fey realm is?
Give
my
me.
heritage is technically from there, but
Yeah. Give me. I'll say only because of your heritage. Give me a nature or religion, or arcana, or that kind of history. Whatever you favour.
With my background as a sage, would I have read something about the Fae before?
Yeah, probably.
A 19 history.
Yeah, you would know that there are many realms of existence. There are the elemental planes. There's the astral plane. Generally, items like bags of holding and stuff, spells that call upon harmless demiplanes and the like have links to the astral plane. It's essentially it's like space. There are many realms which act as their own kind of existence. Some of them are closely linked to this where you are now, which is generally known off-world as the material plane. The Fey realm is basically like a sister plane. Bears similarities and closeness to the material plane, but there's Fey creatures, powerful Fey lords, arch-Fey. There are good ones, bad ones. There's different courts of the Fey: the summer court, the winter court. Basically, Fey can have a certain stake in the realms. They probably shouldn't. It's like an unwritten rule about meddling in mortal affairs. Because magics that cross the planes can have adverse effects. Mostly because time works differently on the planes. The Fey realm, comparatively, for a couple of days in the mortal realm could be weeks, months on the Fey realm. So you can imagine crossing of magic can cause tears in reality, or almost, if things go particularly wrong. But yeah, any questions directly? I mean, you'd understand loosely about Fey fauns, fairies, loose heritage of the hobgoblins being Fey touched. Yeah.
Yeah. I'll probably not go too deeply in an explanation, but I'll probably just any access to the Fae is troublesome. From what I've been taught.
Definitely don't want to be messing with them then. But another thing, while he was identifying this, he did also point out 3 locations, which could be the locations of these 3 pieces. One was the Great Tree.
Saphira, you know it well.
One was the... how do you pronounce that? The ruins?
The Tyroom ruins.
The Tyroom ruins. And as we're walking through town, can we see the mountains from where we are?
Yeah, just big fuck off mountains to the east. You're literally couple of hours, well, not even that, like maybe half an hour from the base of the mountain to the east.
Oh, right, okay. And the other location
the great trees.
Yes. And the other location is there. And I'll just point to those mountains that close.
So explains their interest in the town.
And with the mountains being that close, I wonder if the ruins under the tavern aren't connected.
Possibly.
Yeah.
Safe assumption to make, I'm guessing.
Marion said that history says, legend says, that there was an excavation in the mountains. Apparently, legend says, in search of a dragon. People went to the mountains, made themselves a home in the form of a temple in those mountains.
Oh. Okay.
Suppose we're close enough.
Mm.
Be classified as in the mountains.
Well, if I don't expect us to find a dragon, but if this is going to be a longer exploration, she looks up at the sky. I suggest maybe we don't rush in.
Mm.
Give me
I do.
history checks with disadvantage.
Yay.
It's probably not
13.
likely you'd necessarily know, but just in case.
That's
13.
16.
Okay. You would know that given the strong eastern winds and the scientific nature of how sand buffeting works, you would imagine going back centuries that the mountains probably covered a bit more of Kerechek. You would imagine that over the centuries, the mountains have been eroded away enough. So, with reasonable intelligence amongst you, and you're thinking about the depth of the mountains and the fact that you found ruins beneath the Tavern of Sogard, which hasn't been here forever, you imagine that if those ruins are indeed the same that Marianne mentioned, they probably would have been deeper underneath the mountains in the past.
I do also have some information about the items themselves. By the embrace of the sun, that is the amulet of the Sylvan Sun, which have the strength of the mountain, the braces of the Dominion Mountain, and the keep you safe part is the circlet of the protected pact. You can all imagine what those items look like or may be, but as to what they are, what they do, we don't know, except for 3 pieces of a larger power. When brought together, open a conduit. So, what are we still going to go ahead with what our plan is now, or now that we have more information?
I think if we go down there and it turns out to be a longer exploration, which of course we'll need to inform the captain, I think we should probably rest before we do that.
Yeah.
On the flip side, this further affirms my suspicion that those that assaulted didn't go down the well.
Mm.
They went down the ruins. The more time we give them,
The further they're going to get.
the further they're going to get.
Well, yes, I understand, but us
I-
going down there and potentially, I don't know how long it'll take us. We don't have provisions on us. We haven't slept. It's been a long day for all of us. And if we go in now, we don't know when we'll be back out. We don't know when our next chance to rest will be. So I suggest we prepare and rest before we go. I wouldn't want to just disappear without having the captain know that we're going down there again.
I would have to agree. I'd sooner go down there at full strength than unprepared.
Agreed. Just thought it was worth mentioning.
Let's.
Of course. That is, of course.
Let's go get Scath and.
He taps you on the shoulder. I'm here. Just whispers, I'm here.
Let's head back and decide what we're going to do at first chance tomorrow.
As you are walking down the road, you hear a voice call out from behind you. God! God! Turn and see Garaman is jogging down the road.
Oh,
Yes.
Hello. Is everything okay?
Yes. I found one more thing that could perhaps be of use. Just kind of gestures it towards you all and then stops at Azora, who's recently been in. It's another scroll. It's a scroll of the knock spell.
Okay.
Useful for unlocking doors and the like.
Oh, fantastic. That could prove extremely useful.
Who knows
Thank you
with
again.
these things? It's still only one use, but might help.
Excellent. Yeah. Every little helps at this case. We've just been discussing the best strategy, whether to go down there now or fully prepare and go there at full strength.
You know the
Tomorrow.
nature of adventuring, I suppose. If you fail to prepare to fail.
I like those words.
there's wisdom in that.
Absolutely.
Well, I'll be on my way. Just closed up the guild house for now, and your visits made me want to go reflect, so I'm going to go for a small walk.
I'll shake his hand. Thank you again.
No problem. Guards.
Evening.
Turns and walks away.
Okay. Useful. But again, we're still in the same situation.
We are.
Are we gonna carry on or go and get Scath and head back?
Let's go get Scaff.
I stand by my point that we should rest.
Absolutely.
Let's go get him before he stares at that damn hatch for another hour.
Yeah.
I have become one with the hatch.
Just draws his bow the entire time.
Fucking dare you, mother truckers.
He's gonna have one hell of an army tomorrow morning.
Oh yeah,
Yep.
could you need to send me names again later?
The names are at the top of that thing in the guild.
Are they?
They are.
Yay! Shit, I wrote that completely wrong.
See, I love how everyone has been planning things. Unless somebody effectively forces the hand down the... no.
Thing is, who's forced your hand? You're there on your own. But yeah.
I'll repeat the gif I sent earlier.
Which
he died
one?
in mysterious circumstances.
Man, I'm invisible and stealthed, and if anyone sees me, well, fucking hell, they deserve to get a good shot on me.
Nice. Yeah, let's go get him before he does something stupid.
Like falling out a tree.
Like falling out of
Wow.
The natural climber falls out of a tree.
Now that's the low blow, that is.
You didn't hear it.
So was the floor when you hit it.
I'm going down the hatch.
He did.
Right.
Yeah, we'll go and
Yeah, I'm just
to the
still
tavern and we'll just gently Scaff?
I want to see if they go,
Gaff?
I want to see if they go down the hatch first, me.
Well, no reply. He's clearly dead. Rest in peace.
I'll step up to the hatch and just kind of.
You don't think he went down there, did you?
No, he didn't go down there by himself a third time. Please.
I mean, it is Scaff. He does have a tendency to get single tracked.
Well, he does have at least 2 brain cells, so I hope he didn't go down there a third time by himself.
Mm.
Well, I would hope he has more than 2 brain cells, but it's hard to tell sometimes.
If he did, it means if Borland makes any good food tomorrow morning, this is more for us.
That is true. Or maybe he left already and just gotta reach out and feel if I can feel anything.
Yeah, you reach out
waving
and then
arms.
you bump your hand into an
See, I told you he's not
invisible
down there.
figure.
I'll just tap on what's his shoulder and whisper in his ear. I'm here. Just shit him up. Like a boom.
Scaff. We're gonna have a good long discussion.
Oh, that sounds... Well, sounds like you're gonna have fun. I hope you can sit tomorrow.
I'll turn visible again. Now that these guys are here.
We decided we're going to leave it today and come back tomorrow at full strength. I know. Don't look sad. You'll get your chance.
I know
No,
you
no.
really want to
it
shoot
makes-
something while you're invisible again. Must
No.
be exciting.
I totally understand what you're saying. Makes sense. We've just got to make sure no one does shamble up this way. That is because, yes, we could take a long rest, get a good night's sleep, and things start shuffling out. And at the night, people start getting attacked, which we don't want.
Is there still rubble around?
But
It hasn't been cleared up.
It's all
I'll use my
still
ring
there.
I'll use my ring of telekinesis and just move a few heavy pieces of rubble on top of the hatch.
Yeah,
Does that
easily
calm your mind?
Well, it puts the mind at ease, knowing that no shambling corpses are going to walk out from this hatch.
How do you lizard folk say, be read? Now let's go. Be read.
Perfect.
But no, if we're going to go down there, it makes total sense to be going down when we're at peak efficiency, as it was.
Yeah. Plus, we have more stuff to give out. Let's do it back at the guardhouse.
Also, we'll need to tell the captain that we plan on going down there again, and we won't know how long it'll take.
I think taking at least a few days worth of rations,
If he lets us.
not to mention water.
If he lets us, that's another thing.
That is true.
Well, I mean, normally this would be out of our pay grade.
Out of our jurisdiction, maybe.
Yeah.
But
I'll pat the
Not
plus
that
one
I've
short
let-
sword.
let
I think we
someone
got a
stop before.
raise, people. I think we got a raise.
I mean, we haven't been paid for a few days, so
priorities.
I'll pat the plus
Azura.
one short sword again. Yes, we did.
I
Yes,
suppose.
we did.
Yeah.
Azura.
Right, let's head back.
Let's.
No, like I said, it makes more sense.
And again, I will, as we're walking back, explain about the ring to Scath. I know I'm not reading it again.
Could you please read it all out again?
If you didn't roleplay, it didn't happen. No, I'm joking. Yeah, you explained all the details to Scath, bringing up to speed about the ring. Just bear with me while I'm just adding you guys' names to the
I will.
camera boxes.
you'll get into the description. I'm like, I don't fuck around with her. I don't want not to do with her.
Rightly so.
Now, dragons. Now, that's a different story.
I can fuck
You
around.
have
I mean,
two.
fuck around.
You
I'll
have
just
two
slide
dragons
up
right
to him
here.
and put an arm around him. Hey.
Hey. You have two dragons right here.
I mean, proper
Strong
dragons, but
dragon blood.
Excuse me?
Wow. Just because I don't have wings? Okay, lizard.
Damn.
Barely a lizard.
Historically,
just a
you do
gecko.
worship dragons, Scaff.
Worship me. At my knees. At my feet, you know.
I mean, a proper dragon's like
Jesus, keep
the
keep
tower over us.
Do you like your hearing at the moment?
I'll just sort of like lean into Scaff a little bit. Take the loss. Just take it.
Oh my god, keep it for the bunks, boys. I don't need to hear your dirty talk.
They know I'm only messing.
Mm-hmm.
Give them the side eye of.
Yeah, again, just put my arm around him and just a bit slightly tight around his neck. Yeah, we're all good.
Don't break the poor lizard's neck.
No. I let it fall out of a tree, do that.
He went there. I didn't.
Savage.
Just pat him on the back as we walk off, smiling.
Wow. Wow.
You know I'm
Thanks,
joking.
guys.
I'm gonna go back to the bunk crying now.
Fucker bastards.
I wonder if there's any bottles of ale at the guardhouse. I need a drink.
I think you're a great climber, Gaff. I'm very proud of you, okay?
Don't patronize me.
I'm not. I am
Careful
genuinely
now.
proud of you.
That was genuine, I could tell.
I am proud of all of you, okay?
I'll give her a just slight like.
If you can't appreciate yourselves, know that I'm always here to appreciate you.
Completely agree. I wouldn't want to be on patrol and be a part of a guard group with anyone else.
I'd drink to that, but I don't feel like I deserve a drink until we've nipped this in the butt, if you understand.
No more in at the moment.
No more spicy juice.
No more spicy juice.
With the way Captain makes his brew, I'm sure he could make something spicy.
It's more the matter of I won't feel right until it is being set right.
That I agree with.
I wonder how deep this lizard hole goes.
Wow. Wow.
Oh no, rabbits, there are only lizards.
Brilliant. Just fucking listening to you guys waffling on while I'm doing these fucking names on the screen.
Well,
Love it. So you all head back to the guardhouse. What time are we on? Yeah, we've still got a bit of time to... anyone doing anything particular at night? I know Shozan's going to do his nightly ritual.
Yes, I'll make up for missing out on 2 rituals so far.
Does his forms with his blades.
I will take to giving my weapons a good sharp and making sure they're ready for the morning.
Mum and Dad are there. They kind of greet you, and Mum's been in the kitchen making a meal for everyone in the guardhouse. And
oh, everyone gets it. Mum's cooking.
Mum's cooking. Like they ask you about your day and stuff. You know, you tell her about everything that's happened. And
Captain around wouldn't mind having him present while we've got some things to ask him.
yeah, Captain's sat at his desk.
You going to join us, Captain? We've got some things we need to talk about.
Yeah. Itches the lip around his tusk. Go on.
Well, we've made some progress with what this may be going on with these orcs. We never found the one that got away. But this ruin under the tavern might be part of something much bigger. And I'll go into the thing about the ring and the different pieces of power.
He scratches his head a bit. Yeah, well, I suppose Sogard was built as a bit of a protected town at the base of the mountains. But of all of the other villages and cities around Kerecekian, you notice on the map it's not got its own crest, because it's one of the younger villages, I suppose. Perhaps it was built over something.
That was going to be what I was thinking, that maybe it was built specifically to protect whatever's underground.
Possibly.
Keep it. But we would like permission, if it's okay with you, to fully explore these ruins and see what could be, if there is any connections with this, and if those orcs are exploring that, looking for this. It can't be good if they're willing to go to the lengths they have to get to it.
I did think this was coming.
How do you mean?
I didn't expect that you lot would be sticking to the beat for much longer. Given the dreams that you had, the investigations you've been doing last few days. That was in part why I went to the guild house. Adventurers' tools were fit. More than just humble guards. So anything you need to do, keep yourselves, Sogard, even Kerecekian safe. If you need to venture out, there's no point sending anyone else. You guys work well together. You always have. I know there's strength in you yet. I could rustle up a small militia. It's quiet enough.
Well, speak to Garaman. He may still know some people. He seemed quite nostalgic about the old times.
May even get him on the team, yeah. In his free time, I suppose.
Yeah. He misses it still. He really does.
Of course, you'll always be recognised on the roster of Sogard as guards at hand, but permission granted. Leave as long as you need. Do what you need to do.
We'll be back after all. This is my home. There are people here I cared about.
No doubt, no doubt.
You keep them safe. But I will be back.
I'll definitely be keeping your mum around if she's going to keep making meals like that.
Yeah.
Oh.
Cadden looks over at your dad. You know what I mean. Protectively.
Zafira chuckles.
Oh, yeah. Well, I didn't get to be as big as I am now without being well fed at home, so...
Exactly. Anything you need, You've got this first leg of this journey, I suppose, if you're going to be venturing down. It's an important night. Make sure you're well rested. There's no point going anywhere exhausted. Say your prayers. Looks at Zafira. Sharpen your weapons. He walks up to Shozan and kind of grips your sword hand. Keep that blade close.
Always do.
Keep a weathered eye, Scaff. Keep that aim true.
Always is.
But you've got my blessing. Now do as you need to.
It's going to be a long, difficult road. But wouldn't have had a better start at it than what you provided us.
Country
Thank you.
Take me home to a place.
We go home.
Appreciate that, Azura.
Let's just... We will see how good your training has been, which I'm sure it will be.
Well, yeah, it's not goodbye yet, so you've got this, whatever you've found down below to investigate first.
Mm-hmm.
Don't worry, Azura. If you get really homesick, you can just come back.
I'm going to see this through to the end. I'm going to miss them, but they would want me to see it done.
Oh, that I would, lad. No, Dad walks over and stands next to you, gives you a pat on the back. Still holding his still currently empty pipe. Just, it's almost like
Aww.
I believe a friend of mine has something for you.
Oh,
Go and have a word with Skype.
Dad kind of turns and gives you an inquisitive look, Scaff.
Wait, what? Pull out.
Yeah.
Pull something out.
His eyes go wide and like a big grin creeps across his lizardy face. Oh, my boy. Looks over his shoulder. Mum's fortunately in the kitchen, distracted. And he just kind of holds his hands out with a big grin on his face towards the tin.
If you must go anywhere with that, Dad, top of the guard tower, they won't smell no down here.
Just gotta get some fresh air, love.
Don't even hesitate.
He just jogs up the stairs.
As fast as I've seen that chap.
If anyone's up there, tell them I sent you and it's okay.
So he's just like jogs his way up the stairs.
Yeah, I'm gonna miss him.
It's not goodbye forever.
My master used to tell me there are some lessons you only learn on the road.
Well, I can't wait to find them out.
And on that, the sun closes at the end of a long day. A nice warm belly, a nice warm meal is put into your belly. Words failed me there. A nice evening's meal to warm your belly. There we go. Concentrate, Pidge. You all finish your forms, finish your cuddles with Mum and Dad, finish the tensing of the bow, the polishing of the wood, checking and the flexing of the arrows to make sure they're strong and true. A prayer to Kerecek warms your back. Your holy symbol glows. Zafira.
I recognize his voice in my mind.
You've not heard it before so clearly.
Keep a hand on my holy symbol. Yes?
I think it's time you pledge an oath. And
Do
on
you think I'm
that,
ready?
we will end the session. And you all level up to level 3.
Fun.
It is time.
It is time!
Big whammies. Let's go.
So before we go, before you venture into whatever is next, it is subclass time. We don't have to reveal those just now. Those can be picked up on in play. But what we will do is roll our hit points on stream. So, as usual, you can re-roll a 1, otherwise you get what you're given.
D12.
So we'll start with Berg. Your monk D8, I believe, or is it a D10?
It's a D8.
Okay.
Potentially a squishy boy. But not with an 8, I'm not.
Perfect. A max roll for plus 8. So as we had a bit of confusion last week, you click on the the page editor to get to the HP screen, go on the class section of the character sheet. You'll get the HP box. Just add 8 to the rolled HP number, and it will automatically add your con. Biggie,
Max roll 12.
2 for 2.
Nice.
A 12 on the barbarian list. Love that.
39 HP at level 3. Yeah.
Nice.
That is nice.
Dwarf, a ranger D10, I believe.
That's shit.
Aww.
Oh.
I rolled 3 HP.
3 HP. I mean, of all the people to not get the most HP, it's the dude at range. So
That's, yeah.
And plus, what is it? Is it plus? Yeah.
so you don't have don't add on your character sheet on the rolled HP. Just whatever numbers in there. I think is it 15 in there at the minute, or something like, or 17 or something like that.
No, 13.
13. So
Yeah.
that is just, you just add the plus 3 to that now. So it'll just put 16 in that box and it'll automatically add your con.
Yeah.
Yeah, sweet.
Okay.
22 HP.
Nice. And last but not least, we've got Lucy.
8.
8.
Nice.
Okay.
Nice.
Good stuff. Well done, everybody. So we've got discussions to have during this week. Subclasses to be... I know most people have picked the subclasses, but subclasses will be added and accessed, and with permission from the captain, maybe we are leaning less into being guards and slowly but surely becoming adventurers. But on what path and to what end? We will see. But until next time, everybody, thank you for watching. We will be back next Wednesday. Join us again on Saturday for another episode of A Wuntian History. The next episode of Call of the Blades next Tuesday. And we will be back next Wednesday to see the next leg of our journey here. Bye-bye, everybody. See you soon.
Bye.
Bye.
Ciao.